I'm gonna send you some of the stuff I grew. I'm gonna have you test it.
All right, I'm down. We'll test it live. That'd be great.
Yeah.
It'd be good. It'd be good content.
Like, does it have to be like like I've got it in the bag? Is it good to go now at this point?
If you just want to send the bag, I mean, it's fine.
So I'm gonna ask you. Yeah.
So what I say is, when you're testing, you want to test it how in the form that you're going to consume it in, because that's going to be the most, you know, accurate to the test. So if it's not dried yet, then you probably don't want to test it because you're not going to consume it wet. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
Same
it's
thing.
dry. It just is curing at this point. So, oh God, it smells good.
I bet it does. I just wish I could reach.
Platinum Emoji Punch Breath by Tarantula, and it's some of the most trichome stuff I've ever grown in my life. That's why I want to send it off to get it tested. So,
Do me a favor. Do this. Grab a bud, and
yeah,
then meet me over here.
would that be cool? Let's see. I got to go the opposite way. There you go.
There you
Yeah.
go. All right.
That's funny. We've talked about doing that like with the Zenko and stuff before. Uh,
Yeah, that was cool.
what's going on, Bearded Buds? He was looking. He hit me up Messenger. Said where we at. So I just
Good
need to
morning.
pack this jar full.
No, don't pack it full. You pack it full, I can't get it out.
I just need to
I
pack it full,
just need
and
a
then
little bit, right? So this is I can't dump this jar because this jar has solvent in it. That would have been bad.
yeah, you don't want
But
to do that.
if I can't dunk it out of the jar like that, then it's hard for me to get it. So
Now, does it matter if it's in bud or do you need it in bud or can it be ground already?
it can be ground if you prefer. The only thing I'll tell you is like, so we try to take photos of what comes
Right.
in. So if you want to have a photo on your certificate that shows your bud, then send it in bud form.
Oh,
Otherwise,
so I need to pick a a very beautiful medium-sized bud that fits in this jar, which will work because on that particular row, I didn't give it a whole lot of love, and I don't have CO2 and all that stuff. So they are long, but not super fat. So you got a nice size jar here that I mean, I can stick my finger all the way up to
yeah,
there.
and the
So
thing to know too is like for for testing purposes, we don't need much more than what you'd find in the size of a popcorn bud. You know what I mean? So it
right.
doesn't take a whole lot.
I don't know, but if you're gonna take a picture of it, and then like if there's extra, I'm sure you'll find use for it.
That comes up a lot. And what I like to say is, everyone who grows knows somebody who has a grow that they wouldn't smoke from, and I don't know who's sending me what. So my
Right,
my blanket statement is I don't know what's in there, and
right,
we won't be sampling anything.
right
Maybe.
on. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm pretty bougie about what I smoke too.
Oh, it's not
You
even.
gotta
Trust me,
be.
I'm smoking trim right now. It's pretty
You
bad.
gotta be. Hey, Gypsy, Mira just called me. Can you call her, please? Since I'm on the live, can you call Mira?
Good morning, Jane. Good morning, Bearded. Morning, Lori. Morning, Dina. And I see you tried
Dreadful
Formula
Delights is in
5
the
last night.
house.
It was wonderful. I'm really curious. What did you get out of Formula 5 when you tried it? What did you notice with it? Love to know. Gotta bust out the toothpicks. Yeah, that's
Toothpicks.
exactly what these are. So this is my
Try that.
my fancy dancy cannabis extraction tool.
I want to see it closer. They really are toothpicks.
All right, we got a Facebook user. Sorry, not sure who that is at the moment, but thank you for joining us.
That's why I always have my phone running. I should be able to pick up some comments here.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
No, live chat's not showing up for me.
And you know what? I think I need to probably share it too. Has done several tests for me and my products. It's awesome to know exactly what you're putting in your body, whether bud, hash, or full spectrum oil. I agree. That's the whole point about KYP, right? It's know your plant, know your potency. And if you know one,
Absolutely.
you know the other, you can actually be effective with how you choose to medicate. You're the Tory Desk guy. All right. So let me get this shared.
Yeah, I'm not seeing who that is. I can't find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Some
either. I'm not
Because we're
seeing
in
it.
different places, it could be in different,
Oh, could be a
So we
different
can see
group.
that this one's a Facebook user, but it could be from
Could be
he
from
says your Detroit
the.
hash guy.
Okay.
So now you know who it is, don't you? Like you know,
All right.
your Detroit hash guy.
We'll get a couple tags in here. All right. So today, we'll be checking out the lab, and I think we'll probably do a quick introduction to like what all the equipment is and what it's for, just in case anybody new here is interested in that. And then one of the first things we're going to be doing is we're going to be testing. So this is a homemade calibration standard we made. The reason we make that is because the official calibration standard is extraordinarily expensive, and you have to crack it open every single time that you want to do a test run if you want your results to be something resembling accurate. So what we're going to do, instead of having to open up that really expensive calibrated test standard, is we're going to make our own. We're going to test it against the calibrated test standard, and then that's going to give us a baseline as to what this is. And when we know what this is, we can then use that as our new calibration. So the idea is this should be a lifetime supply of calibration runs, whereas the other one is like 15 runs, and it cost me over $900.
Oh,
Yeah, it sucks. It's
huge
super expensive.
difference.
Yeah, so we're not going to be doing that.
Yeah.
Now, for anyone who didn't follow along yesterday, we do have some of our samples prepped. I'll probably talk about that a little bit and how we do the prep, but mostly we're going to get started, I think, on getting our calibrations going. And anybody who did follow yesterday will note we did make chocolate.
Nice.
Which is actually really good. The only problem is I forgot salt, and it's terrible without salt, so I got to get salt. All right, so let's see. Hey, Phil. Yeah, I figured it was you, Phil. And oh, by the way, if you want to drop off today, I will be in the lab today, Phil. So let me know, though, so I can stick around for you. All right, so it had a nice effect, helped with my neck ache. Hey, that's awesome. Really, really glad. I did back it up with smoke. Yeah, so that's the nice thing about the coffee, right? Coffee kind of tackles two different aspects of consumption. When you smoke, a lot of what's happening is, you smoke goes through your lungs, goes through your heart, gets to your brain, and your brain has a whole lot of receptors to take up cannabinoids. So that's why we get high when we smoke. But when you take it in coffee form, instead of those receptors going directly to the brain, sure, some do get there, but mostly it follows kind of the digestive process, follows through the body, and is distributing out through it. So the nice part about it is when you take the coffee, and especially if you take the coffee first, it kind of like pre-charges your receptors. So a lot of your body receptors are already saturated with cannabinoids. So when you smoke, more will catch on to the brain because that's where most of them are, and it's a good way to get it. It's an awesome way to stack it. And one thing that I've found, at least for me personally, is that I smoke a lot less when I have the coffee to help me out. Anyway.
Right.
Good morning. We got a bunch of people coming in. How did it come out? It came out really good, Jane. I will say, however, as I did yesterday, it needs salt and probably a little bit more vanilla. But what I'm going to do today, because I did the math on it, so anybody who wasn't following, we loaded this syringe up. This is a 10 gram syringe, had about 11 grams in there, and we injected that into our chocolate yesterday. So I finally did the math on that. Each gram of chocolate, 1 gram of chocolate has 11 milligrams approximately of THC. So that's too much to be useful. You make one little tiny bar and you'll be out of your mind. So today I'm going to take semi-sweet chocolate chips and butterscotch chips. Boom, boom, boom. And then I'm going to throw these in a mold I have. Y'all probably seen this mold. It's everywhere. It's on Amazon, all that good stuff. I think it's mainly for soap bars. I think that's what it's advertised for a lot. But whatever. What I like to do is I'll take this chocolate mixture and I'll fill up each one of these with the measured amount, measured by weight. And then I let these solidify, pop them out, and then I take Rice Krispie treat mixture, set that all up, get it up in here so it just takes the shape, and then warm up just one side of the chocolate, put it in there, and a nice treat. That's what I'm going to be doing for Thanksgiving to leave this planet for a few short hours, I hope, anyway. So we'll be doing that today.
Nice.
Good morning. Good morning, Gypsy's in here. Good morning, Adam. Hey, Patrick. Good to see you. Michelle says, having my energetic Jane this morning. Give me a pep in my step for Thanksgiving prep. Thanks for the order.
Wow, that's definitely working.
For sure. That's awesome.
Got you busting out some rhymes. Harvesting some
Yeah.
slurricane. That slurricane is wonderful stuff, man.
There you go. I'll eat it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she has beautiful grows. I don't know if you've seen. I've seen some of her pictures. They are nice.
I've seen a couple, but I haven't really gone into depth on it as of yet. But I do hope to, maybe we'll be doing that a little bit more too as we expand our testing efforts a little bit more.
Right.
Stacy, did you bong already?
Man, Forrest knows me, don't he? I did do a couple rips right before we went live. So.
Good morning, Cosmo. Good morning, Garrett. Good to see everybody. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Benjamin. All right, so let's see. I guess what I'll do if we want to, you guys tell me, right? You guys run this show. I'm just here to take your suggestions, really. So I was thinking maybe what we could do is we'll show some of the equipment and how that process works, and then we'll actually get into some of it. What do you guys think?
Right on. Sounds like a plan.
Best for pain. I agree.
I see you got a fire extinguisher back there. You have to use those very often.
No, but
just nice to have them on hand, right?
All right, so let's see. We'll do this. So starting all the way over here. This is our scale. This is where we start with all our samples. So the first thing we have to do is we have to weigh it, and when we weigh it, we want to be accurate. So this scale goes to 0.0004 decimal points on a gram. So very, very accurate.
Wow.
And the reason for that is, testing is there's so many parts to testing, and it's very easy to compound errors. And so we want to be as accurate as possible. And so wherever it is possible, we're going to use things that make repeating things a lot simpler. So we'll talk about that. So this is our scale. Very, very precise. It's so annoying too. You breathe near it. It's got this glass cage because if you breathe near it, it'll register that. So after we weigh the sample, we record it onto the vial. So, 107.3 milligrams for this one as an example. After it goes into a vial, this guy right here, I'll just grab. So this is a repeating measured dispenser. And you can see it's set for, it's like 11 or 12 milliliters right now. It's not terribly, terribly, terribly important what it's set to, but it's just good to know what it is. But this is one of those areas where when we talk about how errors compound, this is a big part of it too. So for example, right now it's set
Did you hear me say
set to 12 milliliters. But if I were to dispense 13, or if I were to dispense 11, or if I were to just mistakenly note that I had 11 instead of 12, that error will show up in a big way when we go to start putting potency numbers together. So this is one of those areas that's also kind of key to being problematic in terms of repeating successfully. And so it's one of those things that's very helpful, but you still have to watch it. Ultimately, I think what I'll be doing in the future is instead of using the volumetric measurement out of this, I will instead weight the solvent in the bottle and measure the weight. And from the weight, you can determine the volume, especially if you've measured the cannabis beforehand. So anyway, so this is one of those areas. It's super important that it's accurate, super important that at least it's consistent from one to the other.
Right.
Once we do that, so once we have our plant sample, right, we take our plant sample. Plant sample goes into the jar. Jar gets with solvent. After you have your cannabis and the solvent in here, we go to the next piece of equipment, which is this guy. This is the ultrasonic bath. So if you've never heard of an ultrasonic bath or ultrasonication or anything like that, basically there's a transducer in here which vibrates at, I think this one's set up for, I want to say 40,000 hertz, not kilohertz, excuse me. I'd have to double check. But anyway, the idea is that it vibrates, and that sends vibrating waves through the water. And what happens in the water, or in our case, the solvent inside the bottle, is that those vibrating waves come through and they cause what's known as cavitation. So if you can think of water just being still and suddenly exploding into a gas bubble, because water is hydrogen and oxygen. So if you separate it, it can become gas, can become a gas or vapor.
Right.
So it causes cavitation. So these microcavitations are like little bubbles that are expanding and exploding in the solvent and in the water. So what this does for us in terms of cannabis extraction, those ultrasonic waves go through the glass jar, they hit our acetone solvent, causes microcavitation everywhere inside of here, in particular within the plant cells. So what it's doing is it's blowing up all the plant cells and allowing the cannabinoids that are in there to come out freely. Now this is super cool to do it this way for testing. You wouldn't necessarily do this way if you were talking about extraction, because we don't want a lot of those undesirable plant compounds. But you can do a very similar thing, but you'll have to do different solvents. Anyway, that's another topic, which we can maybe talk about another time, if extraction's of any interest to everybody here. So anyway, so after it goes in the ultrasonic bath for 10 minutes, that's just to fully get all the cannabinoids, destroy the plant material, get everything out of the cell walls, all that good stuff. The next thing that we have to do is just make sure that what's in the vial is homogeneous. All right, so yeah, you can shake it up, but what we have is a vortex mixer. So that'll go in there, shake these things for 2 minutes, and then they come out to the next process, which is the dilution. So as it is right now, this is way too concentrated to inject into the machine. And that machine is what we'll talk about next. So I'm gonna move the camera a little bit.
I will be right back. I've got to take this phone call. They're not going to stop calling me. So I'll be right
No
back.
worries. I'm just gonna keep blabbing on. We'll go to this so I can get a little bit wider. All right, so what's the, so I'm sorry guys, I'm not paying a whole lot of attention to the comments. I'll try catch up here real quick. Tell me about inflammation. All right, so let me do this. I'm gonna finish my little spiel on this, the equipment, then I'll address all the comments and we'll catch back up. All right, so after the ultrasonic bath, basically extracts everything from here. We vortex it to make it a homogeneous mixture. The next thing that we have to do is then dilute it, because again, what's in here right now is too concentrated for this piece of machinery, which is very, very sensitive. So going this way, what we have is a hydrogen generator. That's why you see this. This is a fire extinguisher. Very important piece of lab equipment, fire extinguisher. And this is also why you'll never see me smoking in the lab. Never, never, never. There's no ignition sources in here. And the reason for that is we have a hydrogen generator. Hydrogen's super flammable, obviously. That hydrogen generator feeds into the gas chromatograph, which we'll talk about here in a second. But the other generator that works with the hydrogen generator is the zero air generator. So when we talk about how sensitive this piece of equipment is, the ambient air quality day to day will throw off measurements in this machine because it is so sensitive to ions that if pollution is particularly bad, your results are going to show that. And what that basically means is every time you want to do a run, you need to have a calibration as part of it. It needs to run under the same conditions. If it runs under the same conditions, then you can assume your results are accurate. But if you were to run a calibration today and then run the machine tomorrow, depending on how many factors change in the air and so on and so forth, you could be looking at 10% variance just from day-to-day testing. So we have a hydrogen generator. It doesn't produce a whole heck of a lot, but it does feed into this guy. And then this is going to be our gas chromatograph. So this is the machine that does all the magic. So essentially what happens when you have, here, since you're back, plug you back in.
Well, I was just thinking you have a bigger screen the other way, so.
That's all right, fine. We'll do it. And we'll get this
Yeah.
guy out of the way.
Yeah, while we're talking about the machines, yeah.
All right, so this is the gas chromatograph, and this is where all the magic happens. So when we take our samples, we dilute it, they go up into here, this little tray thing. This is just a robotic arm that once I tell the computer what every sample is, it can run it for me, which is awesome. So it's called an auto sampler. Now the cool thing about this, the auto sampler, is it helps to keep things really consistent. This machine, however it injects, whether it's accurate or not, to what we would think, is going to be consistent. And it's going to be more consistent than I could ever hope to be manually injecting into it. So this is a big help, and this is one of the big helps in producing an accurate test result. Really big. And we'll talk about the other aspects of that here in a second too. So once you have your vial and once it gets injected, it goes into this injection port right here, which vaporizes the sample. So again, the sample's in acetone. Acetone's really volatile, so it's easy to vaporize. But we vaporize it here at about 300 degrees Celsius, and then it goes through what's called a capillary column. So I'm going to bring out and show you what this one's damaged, but this is the same kind of thing. So this is called a capillary column. It's a thin glass tube filled with various types of media. And what that media is responsible for, essentially, there's something called polarization, and every molecule has its own polarity to it. Some can be positive, some can be negative. And various media can have effect on those particles. So if you want to think about what the capillary column does, the capillary column is responsible. It's kind of like you're in a school zone sign, right? You got to stop. You got to have only 15 miles an hour from your 40 or whatever. And that's kind of what this does. This slows the compounds out as they travel through this glass tube. And what that does is it means each one of those compounds comes out of here at a different time. And when they come out at a different time, you can identify which compound is coming out. And that's known as retention time. So with the retention time, you know whether it's a CBD or CBN or CBG or whatever it is, but it's the retention time that lets you know what compound comes out. Then the next aspect of measuring has to do with, you can't see it here, but it's called a flame ionization detector. Okay, and what it does is it detects ions. So there's actually a little flame right here, which I can't show you because I don't have a mobile camera at the moment. But there's a little flame. You can't see it or anything. The only way you can actually notice it is if you take like a piece of metal and see the condensation happening. But this thing detects ions. So as the gas travels through the capillary column that's in here, those compounds come out at different times, and then they go to this flame ionization detector, which burns the compound, and the detector measures how many ions came out of the compound. So the amount of ions is what you look at to say how much compound there is. Now, the last part of that, so when you run a sample through, you get the retention time, and then you get a response, basically, from the detector. It says, this is how much I saw at this time, and so on and so forth. And then the way that you turn that into usable information is you take something like a calibration standard. This isn't one, but I don't have one handy. Okay, so you're going to take something like a calibration standard, and that calibration standard is going to say it's each one of these compounds is 1,000 micrograms per milliliter. And then the idea is you take that, you inject it into this thing, same thing happens. Each one of those compounds comes out at a different time. Okay, so for example, on our method, THC shows up at 2 minutes and 2.54 minutes, roughly speaking. And so when we know a response happens at 2.54 minutes, we know that we're looking at THC. But how much THC is going to be the question. So when you have a standard that says this is how much compound and how much volume, and it's been certified to that, you use that as your reference. So you run this through, and it gives you a number, and you say, okay, when the machine sees this number, that correlates to this level of concentration. And then you work backwards from that to determine your potency. So we'll go through all that a little bit later as I get into some of the actual testing stuff. But there's quite a bit to it.
It sounds like it, dude. Like that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. So it takes 11 minutes just to run the test, and then it takes probably another 15 minutes after the test is finished to then go put the results into a spreadsheet, and then another like 15 minutes after that to make some kind of graphic or whatever to send out for the results.
So what, about 45 minutes to an hour per test then, roughly?
Yeah, realistically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't
and
know any of that, as a matter of fact.
unfortunately, that's part of why it's so expensive
Uh-huh.
to do any kind of testing lab. It's also why you don't see anyone. Um, you don't see a whole lot of testing labs opening up to low cost testing, and the reason for that is twofold. One, it's expensive to run the test and consumables, but beyond that, the damn standard is really expensive. You're talking like every time you run a test and I have to crack open the standard, I'm taking about $125 of value out of that vial so that I can run it through the machine to compare the results against. So you don't see a lot of labs like this one because, quite frankly, it's not profitable, and it's more of a loss generator than it is a profit kind of thing.
So these you do for how much then? I forget the price. Like, I
So
send
a
this
single
out to you.
test kit I think is $36 on the website,
Right.
and then if you order a 3-pack, it's $28 per test.
Right. Yeah, I knew they were cheaper on a 3-pack because I waffled some for you. I need to get back over there and run some more waffles because I know these folks would love to have these. So.
That's a lot to get the level of THC. Yeah, it is. It's quite a lot, and it's also part of why you'll see head shops, especially now they're coming out with these things like they'll have them in their shops now, things like T-Check or Purple Pro or whatever, and that's absolutely better than nothing. It's better than wildly guessing, but the machine is also wildly guessing, and it's not accurate.
It's not accurate. That's what I was going to say.
It's it's just not very accurate to say. It's not like crazy off either, but when we're talking about and this is how I view cannabis personally. I view cannabis as medicine. Yes, I
Right.
smoke it, and that's not metered or anything like that, but as much as it is possible for me, I try to treat cannabis as a medicine that I can control and work off. That's the whole point behind the coffee, right? Was to have some form of consumption that you can modulate and turn it into whatever you need it to be, because flower
Right.
is anyway, I forgot where I was going with that, so probably just
Yeah, my meter on smoking flower is I've had enough.
yeah, exactly.
That's my meter.
But
But with
the really cool thing for me, like the very first coffee was just THC, and you take it and you notice it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is like nice and relaxing. I feel real loosey goosey. It's like great. But moving beyond that, moving past that first formulation, which was just mostly THC, and moving into things like, me, man, my brain is everywhere. My brain is scattered today. I forgot what I was talking about again.
about the first test was THC, but then you
The
went.
really cool thing for me has been with the coffee, has been seeing um, how different cannabinoids can be so tremendously more effective than what you think about based off of common, just going up through cannabis subculture, getting an idea about, cannabis and THC is a miracle, blah, blah, blah. But like, for when we're talking about actual pain relief, we see more pain relief in formulations that have little to no THC than those that have tremendous amounts of THC or Exaltes. And that's been the really cool thing for me. And seeing people come back, like Energetic Jane, for example. It's a CBD full spectrum with THCV. And now when I tried Energetic Jane, I get a lot of energy. I don't notice necessarily like a tremendous amount of body relief. Well, I'm sure it's probably there, but I don't notice that personally. But having it been out there, and people come back and say, "Well, hey, look, I have Energetic Jane, and my hand pain's completely gone, or my shoulder pain, or like all these." It's so cool to me to see people come back, and then having tried the different formulations and testers, and sending those out without saying what's in it. Like, hey, just go in with it an open mind, try it out, and let me know. that's
Right.
been another really cool thing, because now we get like this blind reaction that says, hey, I tried this formulation and I tried this formulation, and like, yeah, they were okay, or like this one was really weak. Why was that? And it's cool because we get to see like people who try a formulation that has THCV versus one that is the exact same without THCV. They'll say the one with THCV feels less strong, and that's because THCV has all these effects that help modulate what THC is doing to your brain and stuff. But like being able to see and test with that in real time and see real results, again, like people are telling me about blood sugar and their reductions that are happening in those areas, about medications they don't have to take anymore,
Mm-hmm.
because the coffee, it does your body different than smoking. It just does it so much different. And seeing that in real time, seeing that have actual meaningful effects, has been like the best thing for me. That's the thing that I enjoy the most. I love hearing about, people say, I have bursitis or whatever, and I have to take opiates to get that pain to go away normally, because ibuprofen or whatever doesn't do it. But hey, your coffee does. It takes all the pain away for the whole
Right.
day. Like I've never even heard of bursitis. I can't even say it. But anyway, so that's been really cool. And I've been really enjoying that aspect of it. And something that I would have, I think, been exposed to without the coffee and without that form of administration, to be able to put cannabinoids people don't typically smoke into your body, which is awesome.
Right. Right here's a good example.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we like to see. I mean, it does make a difference.
Oh, exactly. And so this is the cool thing about the coffee too, right? Like I said, we started with Original Jane, that was just a primarily THC formulation, and went. The next one after that was Energetic Jane, which was THCV with CBD, and then some fooling around with that. But until Ray had come up and said, I have UC, a lot of inflammation and a lot of pain. Do you have anything for that? And I didn't, right? But I knew, cannabinoids like CBDA, CBGA, and of course our full spectrum are really helpful for inflammation, helpful for the gut, and have a lot of protective effects there. So taking just, hey, do you have something for UC? And no, we don't. So we'll try something, right? Called it
Right.
Formula 2. Formula number 2 is now the most popular formula for pain relief. It's called Inflammation Jane. It's now on the website. Now,
Nice.
that would never have happened, without feedback from Ray and the ability to customize these things, right? Without Ray coming in and saying, hey, can you help me with this? And apparently it works. And that's what it's so that's what's so awesome about it.
Nice.
Good morning, Chad. Sorry guys, we're just catching up on comments.
Yeah, they are flying through. So,
Yeah, Benjamin, Lela, I think that is.
yeah, Lela, she just got
Lela,
married. Congratulations on being
congratulations.
newly married. I was gonna say hitched, and I was changing my mind on that.
Ready to start this regimen, Melissa says. Well, hope to hear what you think of it. And the thing about the coffee is, like I said, it's customizable. And the cool thing about it too is everybody's different. Some people, for example, this is the craziest thing for me. Some people have energetic Jane, and they just knock out. They get tired, sleepy, whatever else. Some people have energetic Jane, and they get cracked out. Why? I don't know. But everybody's endocannabinoid system is different, right? It's
Yeah.
unique to them. And that's the cool thing about the coffee too. So if you find something that's like, yeah, kind of good, maybe not, or maybe you even have an idea about something you would like to try, we can actually formulate with the coffee. And that's been the coolest thing for me. And that's why I worked so hard to get to a point where my system works with any cannabinoid, because a lot of them only work with certain ones like CBD or THC. You can't use
Right.
oddly shaped ones like CBDA. And CBDA is so powerful, so important for the effects that it gives, that it mattered to me to be able to deliver that in a meaningful way. So
Sorry, we have this drop going, so I have to take a couple of these
no,
messages.
go for it. We're like I said, we're going to be doing this for a few hours today, so in and out's totally fine. Paul asks, I'm a diabetic. Are you saying it's good for diabetes? So the first thing I want to say, Paul, and anyone else who's watching this,
Absolutely.
first of all, always, products are not FDA disclosure. Products have not been evaluated to treat, cure, diagnose, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And I make no promises about anything that can happen. All I'm saying is that people who've tried the THCV coffee who are monitoring their blood sugar are noticing a reduction in their blood sugar without changing anything else. And that matches with studies that have been done on THCV in human candidates where THCV has been shown to improve your fasting blood glucose and your overall metabolism and energy. So I am diabetic. It does help me. I don't medicate and I don't watch my blood sugar, unfortunately. But I will say that it helps me a lot with some energy. Whether or not it'll help you is something that I think you can only determine if you try it yourself. You know, what I would also say is if you're not
Right.
already paying attention or in the Highest Ground Test Kitchen, that's where our Facebook group where we talk a lot about the actual formulations and experimentations and stuff. So if you're not already there, check that out. Maybe see what some other folks are saying. I am planning on doing a
There we go.
quasi type 2 diabetes study. We'll call it a study, okay? And then the idea is I'm going to be making up batches of THCV coffee. I'm going to make up a big enough batch that I don't have to make others so they're all consistent. But I'm going to make a big batch of THCV coffee. And for folks who have what's called a continuous glucose monitor, that's something that there's like ones you put on your arm or ones that are always on you, that kind of stuff. For folks who have that, I'll be reaching out to them so that they can participate. And the goal here is we're just going to send out some coffee. We're going to have people who are able to monitor their blood sugar without having to do pricks, right? And the reason I say without pricks, I don't want, and I know some of you are out there diabetic want to participate, but finger pricks, I need more data than you're willing to prick your finger. Like those continuous glucose monitors will give me 5 minutes of glucose data when you're not even thinking about tracking it, right? And that's what we really want to see. We want to see also during the nighttime, how's your blood sugar? Like mine always dips and then goes back up, right? When I was tracking it really, really diligently. And you can't get that when you're doing finger pricks before and after a meal. So looking for people who have the continuous glucose monitor and, we'll be doing some testing with that. So hopefully that'll be coming out in the next couple weeks. Check the Facebook group. That's where those kind of announcements will drop. We don't put those generally won't put that on the pages. We'll just leave that for the groups. Good morning, Chad. Sorry, guys. We're again just catching up with some of the comments.
Now, back to the coffee. You're running a Black Friday sale, I've seen.
Yeah, so we're going to do a flash sale on Black Friday. So sometime tomorrow. So I'm going to drop some notes because I made a lot of changes to the website. Okay. But I'll go ahead and let you know what we've done so far. So added a 10 milligram SKU for the original Jane. Every formulation is available now in either decaf or regular. However, I will say that extra strength original Jane, there is no regular made up. It's only in decaf at the moment. Mix them up after that. Anyway, so all formulations available in decaf and regular. New SKU for original Jane at 10 milligrams. That's for people who just say, hey, it's way too much for me. Totally understand. Now we're putting out a lower dose one for you to try. And then on Black Friday itself, so I'm going to be turning off subscriptions because unfortunately there's just been too much abuse of the subscription program. So I'm going to be turning off subscriptions tomorrow.
That's a shame.
Just for tomorrow, though, for the Black Friday sale.
During the sales, yeah. So they're double stacking on you, and that's just not cool. And then canceling the subscription, right? They're just using it to get the discount, and that's not cool. Don't do that. Don't be uncool.
It sucks because it's really expensive to make the coffee, and it's very expensive to make inventory. And so part of the way that create inventory is based on how we look at subscriptions and sales, so we can try to get a sense of having inventory for next month, right? So that's why I'll show the camera. Uh, so this is all the inventory that I have made up. So we're hopefully going to be moving that around.
Right on. Let's get on that.
So yeah, so on Thursday, the subscriptions will go offline on the website. Friday, we'll be doing a flash sale. Also, no coupons will be working on Friday. So everything will have a blanket discount. And it's going to be, depending on the item, between 25 and 35% off what you order. Now, there's also one cool thing I'll mention too. That will be, it should already be in effect. And that is, again, so going with the idea that some people are stacking coupons, and we end up losing money when you stack a few of them actually. But because people are stacking coupons, we're going to stop stacking coupons for subscriptions and things like that. So that's another thing to note, and I'll let you know too in case anybody comes back. So if anybody tries to use the Happy Hippie code and it says coupon not valid on the website, highestgroundcoffee.com, the reason for that is you probably have a subscription product in your cart. You will not be able to add subscription products and use coupons with them at the same time. So if you want to do a subscription and use a coupon on a single order purchase, you'll have to place 2 separate orders.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, everybody just heard what you do, and it's a massive amount of work, and all that stuff is not cheap. All of it costs a lot of money. So, recently I bought some blown glass from a guy, and he told me the price, and he's like, I could try to cut you a deal. I'm like, no. I'll pay you what I get, what it means to do this. Like, you're not getting rich off of this. Like, so then when they double stack coupons, they're really just hurting your business at that point.
Well, and it's kind of like the KYP. I don't really make money when I do testing either.
Right.
Part of the testing is it's something that I wanted to make available to people because it's something that matters to me. Being able to, a lot of people don't have good ability to control their medicinal intake with cannabis. They just don't. And
they don't.
If you're suffering from, if you're suffering from cancer or something and you're on a fixed income or whatever, you can't go get your meds tested. You can't do stuff like that because you're not going to be able to pay, $120 every time you want to get, your batch of butter tested, right? So I wanted to make KYP available to everybody as much as is possible, with the hope that maybe one day enough volume or something it'll become profitable. Because honestly, the price I charge covers the consumables to run the test. It doesn't cover me running the test, or even, quite frankly, the electricity and lights and all that other good shit.
Right.
So, yeah. Sorry again, guys. We're 10 minutes behind on comments. So I wonder if it works for my gastroparesis. So what I would say is check Inflammation Jane, and the reason for Inflammation Jane is the CBGA that's in there. Again, CBGAs, at least in all the studies that I've read, and I do intend to do more educational content on all the different cannabinoids. We'll put that stuff out over time. But one of the things about CBGA is it's known to be gut protective. So I would start with Inflammation Jane, see how that affects you. And again, the coolest thing about it's so hard to explain. It is so hard to explain what the coffee is like because people are so used to smoking. And, the very first time you have pain and the very first time you smoke, right, you're like, wow, this is great. And part of the reason for that is that THC helps to block a lot of the pain receptors that allow you to feel that pain, right? So for a while, that's really, really helpful. It helps, you don't even notice it as much, but the pain's still there and the source of what's causing the pain is still there. And this is where coffee completely changes the game. Coffee goes in, it doesn't say, hey, I'm going to block your pain receptors. Instead, it says, I'm going to get the cannabinoids right to the area that's causing inflammation. I'm going to reduce the inflammation. That's going to reduce your pain. And you're not going to notice it anymore because you don't have the pain there because your inflammation's temporarily reduced, right? That's how it's so tremendously different. And the only thing I could say is if you're suffering from anything that's internal, start with Inflammation Jane. Anything that's internal, start with Inflammation Jane, and then let me know from there. If it doesn't do it for you, then we can take a look at something else that maybe is a little stronger. Because there are multiple aspects to pain management, right? Part of it is blocking the idea that I can feel the pain, but part of it also is treating the source of what's causing the pain.
Causing the pain, and, right.
there's a balance to be had there. And for some people, you might need more psychoactive cannabinoids on top of the anti-inflammatory cannabinoids to get to where you need to be. But I would say start with Inflammation Jane. All of the feedback that I have had so far on Inflammation Jane has been that it kills all sense of pain. And if anybody in the comments has tried it, wants to
Right here.
talk about it, oh, there we go. Perfect. Don't. Yeah.
She's like, but don't. Just because you feel like you can does not mean that you should.
Yeah. No. Exactly. Exactly. So I would start with Inflammation Jane. And I would also say, so Chad here, again, sorry, I'm like 10 minutes behind on comments. So Chad, does it help with gout/arthritis? And again, same thing, right? Very likely it could. Start with the Inflammation Jane and see where that leads you. That's the strongest formulation I have right now for pain relief. That is pain relief for the body and not for the mind. Inflammation Jane will not get you intoxicated. Okay? It has the same amount of THC, or actually a little bit less, than our original Jane formulations. So it's not THC centric, it's CBDA centric, it's CBGA centric, and it's got that CBD full spectrum in it too. So start with that and then let me know. So again, guys, if any of you are like just worried about trying the coffee, I totally get it. The thing I notice, if you're unsatisfied with it, no questions asked. We'll give you your money back, no problem. But the other thing about it is the coffee is customizable. So if you're willing to do some experimentation, if you're willing to work with me, like Ray was willing to work with me to create Inflammation Jane, then it's very likely we can create something that works for you within the spectrum of what cannabis can affect. Okay?
Can do. Right. Yeah,
And
I'm
of
definitely going to
course,
be. I'm definitely going to be ordering some of the Inflammation Jane.
I'll have some to send you here too next week.
We've just been super busy, and I hadn't even talked to you for like, I don't know. It seems like forever.
I know. It's been, and the last couple of weeks I've been so sick. There's something going around, and I think I probably got it from my daughter, and she probably got it from 900 other people at daycare that have cross-contaminated their germs. But it's just been,
Right.
it's been really sucky. I've been waking up at like 2:00 in the morning, gasping to breathe. It's been
Oh
awful.
boy, that's no good. That's no good. Mr.
This looks.
Burns says the 60 milligram is awesome.
Yeah, some stomach issue, tired of pills. Yeah, so again, old scratch. Try Inflammation Jane. I have had at least 2 people mention that their nausea goes away. Maybe give that a try and see if that's giving you some of that relief in your stomach. And again, cannabis is a plant that cannabis is medicine because our bodies have an endocannabinoid system, right? So our bodies already have the ability to basically create
I
cannabinoids.
wonder why they don't talk about that. Like you never learn. I never learned anything about any of that until just in the last 5 years, probably. Honestly, like
Well,
they just
I
don't.
think if we're talking about general schooling, it's not a really important thing.
Yeah, they don't
In
act
our
like it.
general
But
lives,
it
like,
really does affect a lot of things. Like a
oh
lot of
yeah,
things can be treated, and of course, marijuana has been illegal because of big pharma, in my opinion. So that's probably more of why
big
it
fun.
didn't come out. They want you to take their man-made pills instead of
Oh yeah,
something
oh yeah.
more
Well, again,
natural.
right? We'll see more comments as the day comes through. As oh yeah, I take this and I don't have to take my pills anymore. That's money out of pharma's pocket from a plant that was grown 200 plus acres at a time, harvested and then converted into medicine at no cost for essentially from we're talking about drug development. So yeah, it's huge. But the only reason cannabis works on us, the only reason cannabis helps our bodies is because we have that endocannabinoid system. That endocannabinoid system is responsible for modulating things like the parts of your body that fight inflammation, the parts of your body that produce serotonin and all these different chemicals, right? So when we take
Mm-hmm.
cannabis, when we smoke it, we're hacking our body essentially and saying, hey, here's this drug. Do the thing that you like when you see this coming through, right? Drop the
Right.
inflammation in the body. Do this, do that. So cannabis is awesome, but I always want to say that cannabis is not the end all. Cannabis can't do everything, and there are
Right.
limits to what you can expect out of it. And I want to be, when I talk about how cannabis can help you, I don't personally like to sell. Like I don't like to say, it's gonna be amazing, blah blah blah. Like that's not. I don't like that. I'd rather say, hey, go talk to Danielle or someone else like who's already tried the coffee, and they can tell you what it's like for them. because that's more genuine than it coming from me. Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, I hear from everybody like this is great, it helps, but if I'm telling you that, you don't know, like that's not that. That doesn't feel genuine. So I
Yep.
like to have people talk about their experiences instead.
And one of the things I'd like to put out there real quick, it's not just cannabis. My sister does this. I call it witch doctor, but it's a holistic healing. And she has a doctor that she sees. And that lady, the reason I even support my sister with this is because she'll tell her, you don't stop seeing your doctor.
No, yeah,
We still need doctors, like we do. Like there's some things that's just not going to fix. So,
oh, yeah,
but what it did do for her specifically was she was on 2 bars of Xanax a day for 20 years. Bars, 2 mil, like the big, like, and she no longer touches any of that. She is down to just a thyroid pill that they literally have cut the dosage in half. She still has to take it, but she's taking 75 instead of 150 because of the other stuff she takes from this lady that's all natural. I mean, from all kinds of stuff. Like she sends me stuff just to boost my immune system and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of plants that God's given us on this earth that are just
yeah.
phenomenal, but it doesn't cure everything.
No,
Right.
exactly. I mean, you look at like mushrooms. Mushrooms are awesome.
Mhm.
Not even talking
Mhm.
about the ones that get you high, right? We're just talking about,
Yeah. The
lion's mane and reishi and like
mhm.
just medicinal
Morels.
mushrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, that's one of the things I keep meaning to do, but I haven't been feeling good enough to make any special batches. I keep meaning to take. I have a box or a canister of 7 mushroom mix. So I'm gonna do a combination coffee mushroom, like sick and or cold and flu Jane or something like that. See if
Right.
that'll help. After not be as sick too.
Right.
All right, let's see information.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to put that up there. My bad.
Oh yeah, excellent. It's nice. I haven't had to take my metformin since. So, we had a question a little bit earlier about diabetes and whether or not the
Mhm.
coffee might help with that. So, Danielle's been one of the ones who have been,
I've
has
seen her
been
very
real.
active. Yep.
Yeah, she's been really awesome. She's been doing the coffee for a while now. Now, I do wonder, Danielle, have you, before you stopped taking the metformin, were you tracking your blood sugar at all? Let us know if you're still here.
Yeah, and I think you still have to keep in touch with your doctor. Like I would
Oh
not go off
yeah.
metformin without talking to your doctor about it.
Look, no matter
Yeah,
what, talk to your doctor before starting
absolutely.
anything else, right? If you're on medication, here's something else that you need to know. CBD does have documented interactions with medications. Okay.
Ah,
So if you're on a lot of meds and you want to start something, consult with your doctor.
right.
What we do here, we don't practice medicine. We try to utilize plant medicine in a smart way, but we're not medical practitioners. That's not
See,
what this is.
I didn't know that there was some issues with CBD in certain medicines. I would not have even have thought that. I just assumed that that would go,
Yeah,
pretty much unnoticed.
I'll have to do more research so that I'm
So,
even better educated on it myself. But I was reading something that it was very similar in interactions like grapefruit. So meds that you're not supposed to have grapefruits with.
absolutely.
I
Yep.
think it's similar. I think it's similar to that because
Yep.
of what happens in the liver. Now that's an interesting thought, and I have no concept about what that might be. But one of the things about the cannabis coffee is the way that it works is it creates the particles. It allows the particles to become so small, below about 100 nanometers, that they essentially bypass digestive processes. They don't go through the liver. They don't go through the enzymes that are in the liver to get modulated into other cannabinoids. It
Ah,
bypasses, much like smoking does. This is why you do not get an edible effect so much when you smoke cannabis versus when you take an edible, right? It's because delta 9 gets converted into 11 hydroxy uh, through enzymes in the body. So when you smoke, you also make the particles really small. The particles are too small to be utilized in that fashion. They get utilized everywhere else, very quickly. So
so
very similar to that.
look at this. That's
Whoa.
impressive.
What other? I'm really curious. Like, what other changes have you been incorporating for that, if any? Um,
Or was
Danielle.
it just the coffee, you mean? Or was she
Yeah.
doing
Was it just the coffee, or did you start running 5 miles?
right, right. Yeah. I'm curious too. But yeah, that's great news. If it is just if her only change is coffee and maybe a little exercise, because exercise will help too. Just like
Oh yeah.
15 minutes a day. I'm not even talking crazy stuff. And you can get off that metformin.
I mean,
Do
that's
it.
good. Yeah. You
Because
know the
I'm not a big fan of that medicine, but I do understand the necessity for that medicine.
right. No, absolutely, absolutely. Please, please, please.
Yeah.
Oh, please, 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 tea. Yeah. So tea's all right, guys. Part of what you have to understand. Oh, I only deal in things that are legal for me to deal with. Okay. So in order for this pod to be a legal product with THC in it, it has to have less than 0.3% THC on a dry weight basis. So there's 11 grams of coffee in one of these pods. And if you do the math, 0.3% on 11 grams is like 30, something like that, give or close, give or take. So the problem with tea, okay, to make 1 cup of coffee, 11 grams of coffee grounds. To make 1 cup of tea, you have maybe 2 to 3 grams of tea.
So in other words, they're gonna have to drink truckloads of it.
In other words, in order for me to send you a pod that has THC and tea, it's either going to have to be like a 10 pitcher tea, super concentrated tea, or it's going to have something else in it like sugar to weight it down. So that's part of why tea is. And then the other aspect of that
Ah,
too is to brew successfully. So, like for hot chocolates, to brew successfully in the K cup maker, the particle sizes have to be small, they have to be a certain moisture content, you know, and that's just beyond what I'm able to do as
to
a
do. Yeah.
boss.
I know they keep asking. I know you keep explaining that. And believe me, if you could, I know you would. Like how many formulas you put out since the last time we did a live? I mean, you are constantly moving and shaking with this. So D Bossman's in the house. What's up, my dude?
D, what's up, D?
I'm pretty sure he's working. Well, he might not be. I think it's an early day at the job
I'm
today
not
because
sure
it's
who
the
we
day
got here
before
for
Thanksgiving.
Facebook user, but good to see you. Oh, here we go.
It's got to be over on your page.
Coffee changed everything so far. Gives me enough energy to get ish done. Metformin
So
killed my
she's
stomach. I do use RSO, so that's awesome.
so she's using some RSO and coffee. Awesome.
Yeah, that's really great.
Awesome. I mean, and not to have to take that medicine, that's got to be amazing.
Well, and the other thing too is if you're seeing, if you're seeing positive improvements in your blood sugar and your A1C without having to change what you eat or your general lifestyle, I mean that's pretty incredible too.
That's epic. Yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
absolutely. Yeah, that's wild. Super exciting.
By the way, we do have testers. We're on our last 8 boxes, I think. So put those orders in, get your testers. And we'll be seeing formulation number 6 probably make a permanent appearance pretty soon, just because that one's been well requested a few times.
So, if you want to just order today or tomorrow, you can go ahead and use. There's a couple of codes. You've got one for Happy Hippie and you've got one for Highest Ground, correct? You use one
So
or the other.
right now, there is the Wake and Elevate coupon, which is only enabled for new users.
A new order,
The new,
correct?
yeah,
Okay.
for new customers. That's going to change too because of the same problem
They're
as
double stacking those again too.
with subscriptions or whatever. Yeah, and one
Yeah.
it used to be too on the website. Oh, by the way, Danielle. So it used to be on the website the percentage discount you got on a subscription would depend on the frequency you ordered it at. So you get the most discount if you ordered every week, or slightly less if it was every 2 weeks, or less if it was every month or whatever. So that's no longer going to be the case. It's going to be a flat 20% discount, regardless of the frequency, which is also going to match where all the codes will be going forward. So 20%. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of 30% anymore, just because, to be completely honest, I make almost no money at 30% off on these things. And the reason for that right now is because these are all handmade, right? These are handmade 4 at a time, and it takes 2 days to make, a batch of
Yeah.
these things.
Like, and your time
So
is worth money. I mean, it is. I go to work. I work here. My time is worth money. Your time, you work there. You make those things. Your time is worth some money. So, I would never ask anyone to do anything for free. That's for sure. So, uh, we do appreciate the discounts that you give us. Like, that's 20% is a nice discount. Like, a lot of people only give you 10. So,
well, and I want I do want the coffee to be as affordable as it possibly can be.
right,
I don't want it to be an expensive product, but part of the cost of the product is that it's so low volume. Like for example, if I had 15, let's call it $17,000, I could buy a machine that could pump out 3,000 cups every single hour, with one person just feeding it supplies. Right? That would take me a week and a half of manufacturing cups to
what you're
produce
doing
that.
now.
Right? So part of the cost is
Uh,
the fact that I just can't produce them in big scale, and that's one of the things that I'll be looking forward or looking to. I think potentially next year is trying to
Absolutely.
find some kind of investment so I can get into a facility where I can get that machine and make these at scale. And if I can make them at scale, and if I can drop the price, that'll be what I'd like to do. Because my personal thought is everybody should have the coffee. Everybody who has ibuprofen in their cabinet should have the coffee on subscription because it is that effective. It is more effective for a lot of different
Absolutely.
things. And, I don't want cost to be a barrier because a lot of people who have pains, chronic pains, are also on fixed incomes, right? And it's really
Right.
hard to manage your budget between flour and anything else that you want to do. And we're
Right
all
on.
we're all creatures of habit, right? I smoke flour more than I drink coffee too.
Right on.
Generally speaking,
Is the inflammation Jane on the website now? I thought you said
it
it was.
is. Yeah, so I did get that on last night.
Oh, so it's brand new, Danielle.
It is brand new on the
That's why,
website.
because she said it wasn't on. She didn't think it was there.
Yeah, so and I still have to do some updates to the website because the way that the website's kind of set up, it's not easy to find all of our coffees.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if you have to pull it up a weird way. So I'm gonna do that right now. I'll link it in here. Okay. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Oh, let's do a banner. All right, let's try that. All right, so there you go. That's the URL for Inflammation Jane. Um, and so here's the other cool thing too.
Yeah.
Because people were, again, I do want to get the coffee as cheaply as possible to people, and I do want, I appreciate people like Danielle, people like Ray, people like Cosmo, people who are constantly coming back and supporting, supporting the coffee, supporting the company, things like that. So I do want to be able to enable you and give you more discounts. So one of the things that's enabled now on the website, I wish I could share my screen or navigate the website, but I don't think I can with my iPad. Um,
You can share your screen right there with your computer.
well,
I can
I'm on
walk you
my
through it.
iPad, so it treats it like a mobile device.
Oh, you're on your iPad. Yeah, I hate that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how to work StreamYard on my phone. I really struggle with that. I'm not even gonna lie about it.
Well, so anyway, if you go to the website,
Is there something I can look up? Let me see if I can pull it up and share it. Maybe
oh yeah,
go
maybe.
to
Yeah, try
go
that.
to the highest ground. Is that what you're wanting?
Yeah, yeah. Highest ground coffee / inflammation Jane. I think will take you right to it. And Danielle notes, it even helps me cut back on smoking, which is truly, truly one of the better aspects of the coffee. Because no matter what we like to believe about cannabis, burning it on fire and putting it on our lungs is not the healthiest things for our body.
My doctor was not happy about it. She
Like,
made me promise that I wouldn't do it. I would just do edibles. I'm like, all right, I'll try, but
yeah, it's tough. It's a big habit for me too. And we like to try to hope that we get more medicinal benefit out of whatever the cannabinoids are doing for our body than the negatives of the actual smoking that are going with it. Uh,
Why is it not working? Hold on.
do this real
Well,
quick.
highestgroundcoffee.com. Information Jane. Whoop, wrong one. Holy snap. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, good Lord.
Here. That's awesome, Ray. Yeah, so Ray doesn't smoke, or is noting he doesn't smoke as much either. I mean, it's just great, especially if you're like me. I don't grow, so I have to buy it. So anything less you can smoke is just a little bit extra for you too. Put that in your pocket. So I was really hoping I would have a camera I could set up in some better shots, but I forgot the thing I need to attach the camera to, of course. One day we'll get better at doing these lives. It'll feel organized.
Oh. Struggling just getting this to pull up. It don't want to pull up for me.
Having all kinds of fun times with computers today.
Right.
All right. Let's. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so highest ground coffee. Nope, that's higher ground. Damn it.
Did you go to Google?
Same mistake I made last time. Swear to God.
Google, man. I don't know why Google hates us, but Google does not want us to show up.
It does not want you to show up. Here, I'm on it now.
Quotes, the damn company name. It's like, you want higher roastery, right? No.
Anything but the right one, yeah.
It absolutely boggles my mind when somebody's able to find us through. Can't even see the level. Find us through freaking Google.
Okay, so see what I got here. I'm on your website, right?
Okay, yep. So, if you go
let's
to
talk about where I need to go.
Yeah, so click on get infused coffee or anything like that. I'll go to the main menu page. So I got to update this page with all the products, but if you scroll down, you can select any of them, like Energetic Jane, for example.
It's just my computer buffering. I think Lee's probably
slow, yeah.
Yeah, Lee's probably working in there on a conference call. She's probably got a video call going with 5 people or something, pulling our internet.
Oh, and then plus we're on video too, yeah.
Yeah, so we're streaming also. Okay, scroll down.
Yeah, so after you pick your potency, so you can say, okay, it's going to be 30 or 100 milligrams on Energetic Jane. Then you get to pick your coffee, either premium or regular or decaf. Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
And then you get to choose your count, 4-pack or 12-pack.
Let's just
and then you'll be presented with the option to subscribe and save. So if you hit the subscribe and save, you'll see this table pop up. So what's better than infused coffee? Saving more when you buy more. So after your 4th reorder, you'll get an additional 5% off on your subscription. And then after your 8th order, you'll get an additional. You'll be at 10% off. So that'll stack with the 20% off on the subscription discount. So after you've been with us for 4 orders, you'll get 25% off on your subscription. And after you've been with us for 8 orders, you'll get 30% off of your subscription, bringing the retail price from a 12-pack, for example, from $60 to $43.20. $43.20.
Nice.
So I'm setting that up to try to, basically reward people who are actually coming in and supporting the company and giving discounts to those people. Because we gotta stop stacking discounts. Some people stacked enough codes that they got 2 boxes of these for $9, including the shipping cost. Right? Now, gosh! You can imagine. I lose money on my $5 shipping, which I'm actually going to be changing here soon.
I know
So,
all about that shipping. They
oh, I
raised
know
the
you
price and they gave you worse service.
do.
Shipping shit everywhere except for where it's supposed to go.
Poor David. I don't think he's on here, but he he's local here. So every time I send it to him, he gets it next day because he's in the area, right? Well, his
Uh-huh.
package went to freaking L.A. and then it went to Denver. It took him 4 days for it to come back and get to him.
That's crazy.
Shipping sucks right now. It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
So
It,
definitely if you guys are looking to do multiple purchases, which is very smart, like he said, if you have ibuprofens in your cabinet, you should, be checking this out for sure. After you got some great opportunity for some discounts here, some nice, decent discounts. Let's try not to double stack. If you find one that it is, let us know. Let Tanner know because it drives it below cost at that point, and that's just not fair. So for
yeah.
real, but
So that
absolutely.
so that's in place. A few of you who have already gotten subscriptions may see that now. The only thing I can't say 100% um, is because I had to update all the SKUs to account for the decaf and regular. So I don't know if it's going to track past orders. So I do not know if it'll do that. And if it doesn't, I apologize. If there's something I can do, in fact, I think there is something I can do about that. So reach out to me and we'll get you taken care of. Hey,
Right
David.
on. There's Dave
See you
Johnson.
popped in.
Uh,
Must be.
I'm gonna get this thing shipped out Friday. It's going in the mail. I'm gonna get
Hell
my
yeah.
tarantula tested. I'm super stoked. I need to pick some more of these up. I'd like to do some giveaways with these, so I need to hit you up on that. Uh, do
Hey,
some more
real
giveaways
quick,
and
I see David. You say you're going to put in an order, so I just want to let you know. Wait till Black Friday, and I'll tell everybody who's watching now. This is your benefit for tuning in. Okay, we're going to be doing a 25% off on all 4 and 6 packs, and 35% off the 12 packs
holy
on
shit.
Friday for a few
Nice.
hours only. Okay, so Friday,
Turn your
sometime in the morning
notifications
when I
on.
turn it on, till about 4:20 p.m. Friday, we'll have a flash sale. So 25 to 35% off,
That's
and
killer, dude.
might even do a free mug on like orders over $100 or something like that. Because I got a few mugs to send away. So definitely check that out on Friday, guys. Check it out on Friday, and then on Cyber Tuesday, add your subscriptions. So get your inventory stocked up and then
And
subscribe.
then subscribe. You're gonna do something on Cyber Tuesday first. And all of this is on the coffee side, right? Not the know your potency. Right.
Yeah, so
These are running so cheap, it's already hard. I mean, you really can't really
I know
discount. I mean, you can't beat the
people have
pricing
been
on this, you guys.
yeah try to find somewhere that'll test it for cheaper.
Yeah, I bet I challenge that because you can't find any place that'll
The
do
only
it
thing
cheaper.
you'll find are like Purple Pros or whatever. And hey, like I said, it's better than absolutely guessing blindly, but it's
I was gonna
only
say with the same quality, right? You can't
yeah,
find it with the same quality.
exactly. What is Cyber Tuesday? I think Cyber Tuesday is what real companies who have lots of customers can do to
Right,
generate sales past Cyber Monday.
right. I was picking up what you were saying there. I knew what you meant. For real.
Yeah, for real. Hey, David, back to cooking for seniors. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. Also, let them know, hey, if you have pains, inflammation, Jane.
Inflammation Jane.
Exactly. That's by blazing for you and give you a thumbs up.
Puff on it. But like we make edible. I'll make some edibles for around here and some of my close friends, and they'll ask me what the strength is, and I have no idea. I'm like, I don't have any idea because I don't know what it is. But beyond that, I just kind of want to know the numbers. Like that
Right.
grow was amazing. It was super, super trichomed, and I'm just curious as to what it's going to come in at. So I'm definitely going to send this off.
Yeah. It'd be really cool to set up. So, I didn't really talk about it. Over here, that's a headspace sampler. And then this is a mass
Headspace.
spectrometer detector. That's a mass spectrometer. Um, But we use this when we're testing for residual solvents, but also terpenes. So my equipment, this guy, can definitely test terpenes, but it's kind of the same. It's the worst problem than cannabinoids, right? So the cannabinoid test takes 11 minutes back to front. The terpene test takes 40 minutes. And there's only 9 cannabinoids that I have to put into my spreadsheet and do all that stuff, all the calculations for. And that takes me about 15 minutes to do everything and get it ready to go. The terpene method will detect over 40. So you're sitting at the computer screen going through all these peaks, identifying them one after another. It takes so much longer. So the reason I haven't offered terpene testing is because it's so much more expensive and time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and so I'm able to do this, which is like a faux standard that we're going to make that has cannabinoids in it, and we'll figure out what's in there and use that as a guideline in the future.
Right.
I can do that with cannabinoids, so I can drop my testing costs, right? Because this vial for the 9 cannabinoids is like $800 and change, plus shipping. They have to send it frozen to you in dry ice, so they usually charge a whole lot extra for shipping. So I have to open that up every single time I run a cannabinoid test, right? That costs a lot of money to do that. I'm losing money on it, which is why now I'm going to do this, make my own, test against that. But I can't do that with terpenes. And so that's another aspect of the terpene testing that makes it really expensive. So it takes really long to run on the machine. It takes really long to quantify all those results and put it into something. And then at the same time, you have to crack open a standard every single time you want to run a batch of tests, which means in my case, I have to open 2 standards because they're split. And yeah, so it gets really expensive, and that's why I haven't done a whole lot in the way of terpene testing. But maybe we'll do some special, some special runs, and do it for content rather than for cost, I guess.
Awesome. And if say I know a guy that is just interested, do you custom? Will you do something custom? Like, in other words, if they're willing to pay you for your time and effort, would you still test for terpenes, or do you just stay away from it completely?
It would have to be enough tests to be worth it, right? Because
right.
in order for me to do
like
that,
maybe a guy dropping a new line is what I'm thinking. Maybe.
So, in order for me to switch this to terpene testing, first I have to cool it down. This thing's sitting at 100. It's 200 degrees Celsius in there right now. So I have to cool it down. That takes an hour for it to just get cool enough to touch it. And then after that, I'm actually sitting on it, or the computer's sitting on it. Whoa. Then I got to go in there and change out the capillary column, which looks like one of these. So there's one of these in there, and I have to take it out, store it away. Then I have to put a new one in there. And when I do that, I have to cut it. I have to check for gas leaks. I have to do all that shit, and then turn it back on, run all the tests, and all that other shit. So swapping to terpene testing is non-trivial. And so it'll be one of those things where, like, I'll do it, but we're going to do it, set it up for a day, and then it's going to have to go back to cannabis testing because that's the thing that mostly gets requested.
Well, I mean, I just happen to know a guy that is getting ready to have some stuff ready to be tested here in a couple of months, and it'd be numerous strains, so it'd be multiple.
Yeah, so I'm happy to
we'll definitely have to talk about that offline and see if we can work something out there.
Yeah, I agree.
I get some testing out. I'm sure that it'd be worth every penny to be able to give that information out to the customers. So.
Well, and I think it'd be really cool to do. One of the things that I've wanted to do. I think it'd be really cool to be involved with more grows. Like, say you have one mother plant, and then you take 5 different or 6 different clones off that same mother, and then you grow them, and then just test each one of those individually and start to see, like, how do they change? How are they different? if they are even different. You never know. But actually being
Mhm.
able to look inside the plant, you could. One of the things that I think would be cool, because it's not, again, it's not accessible to breeders because it's so expensive, right? But I think it'd be really cool if you could look at cannabinoid production as a factor for when you're growing. So if you're breeding 10 different plants, for example, you might today just look at them and say, okay, this one grows nice and tall. Looks like this one's going to be bushy. Like these are the growing characteristics of this plant, and I'm going to choose them based on growing characteristics.
Right.
Cool, right? Because that's what you've only been able to do. But we can test leaf samples from plants in veg for potency. And so you can test all your plants before they ever get to flower to see, like, hey, maybe if I'm doing males, maybe I'll look for the male that has the most THC that's showing in its leaves. Stuff like that. Bad mod, we were just talking about terpenes and stuff. So yes, have the ability to test it. It's just expensive. People typically don't want to pay what it's going to be, what it actually costs to run these tests. So we
Right.
can do terpene. We'll probably do them selectively. Maybe what I the only way it would make sense is to probably do like terpenes every 2 weeks.
Right. Like have a time where then you would just do all the terpene orders that came in. So there might be a
Yeah,
wait with it. I see
yeah,
what you're saying.
exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be something like that. But yeah, we can test. So here at the lab, we have everything you need to test with. There's just not enough people here to do it all. So we can test for cannabinoids. We can test for terpenes. I do have the equipment to test for nutrient levels as well. So NPK and trace elements. So you can test things like you can test the leaf itself to see what nutrients are in it or how it's deficient in particular. I think that's what that's used for. But you can also test things like
Right.
your fertilizer, your soil, your reservoir waters. In fact, one of the things that I really wanted to do, because I think it'd be super cool, would be a depletion study. So if you're growing, hold on, guys. Hey, Phil. Not too bad. Still at work? Yeah, I am. Give me a sec. Hey, guys. I got a visitor in the lab. I'm going to mute myself for a minute. I'll be right back.
Cool. Cool. Right on. Yeah. So it's all very interesting stuff. And between the KYP, your plant where you can get your stuff tested for like you can have your babies tested right away if you're going photo regs, find out if you got, male or female. He can test potency from a young age. He can test it after you flower. Uh, then you definitely have um, all the coffee. Uh, bad mod. He just went over some stuff like his equipment. I don't know exactly what he called it. Test terps with my lungs. Try to break down which terps I can tell are there. I usually will have a terp chart in front of me. Nice. No, nothing to be sorry about. He's just not here, so I can't speak to that. I think he did. I think it was called a spectrometer or something. I don't know. It's all a bunch of technical stuff. You want to be his best friend, do you, old scratch? Yeah. So, but he can do it. What he was explaining is the material that he uses is very expensive. And I can't speak to the terminal, the correct words on that, but that's why he said maybe every 2 weeks he could just have a day where he does terpenes. That way he could run them all and be done with it instead of because each time he breaks open this little bottle that he has to have, it's like $800 or something. So maybe if he got enough that he could do a bunch at once, it would be worth it. But it's just really prices itself out because of what he has to use to get it. Um, that's why I brought up I might know a guy that would be willing to do that. So I know a guy that just happens to be dropping a bunch of strains. So That would be awesome, I think, to get it tested. These I seen old Scratch. I seen you say you'd be interested in talking to him about these, so that's definitely something to do too. I I forget the price. He did have it on there, but as he was saying, they definitely he's not really making any money. So there not a Black Friday sale for this. There is absolutely Black Friday sale on the coffee, and there's a Cyber Tuesday sale coming on the coffee. So if you're going to order coffee, hang on and check it out on Black Friday. He said sometime that morning he'll put it on and it'll end at 4:20. So just keep checking throughout the day and see what's happening there. How did you know I was thinking about Trav? That's funny. That's funny. I do bleed tarantula. I very much so support those guys. So that's how y'all knew that. But did he say he's running a special for Black Friday on the 10-pack test kits? Actually, he did not. He said that he literally isn't getting paid for his time when he tests kits. So the test kits are at cost right now. So to lower it down, he's just then it's coming out of his pocket. I think they are like I think he said 28 or something, 36 dollars for a single test, and you get a 3-pack. It makes them like 28 a piece. That's right, Ray. You got it here. You got my back, bro. Honestly, he just can't. You won't find him any cheaper that gives you the same information that he has. Like he just can't get them much cheaper than that. If you can find one that gives you the same information and not a lesser test, then hit him up. I'm sure he'll work with you, but for sure, give it a try. 36 for having it tested isn't horrible for sure. Uh, he does have a 3-pack special. I do run them on the waffles sometimes. I guess I need to get back over there and get on it because I think you guys would love to have some of these. So, you know, that would be awesome. I'll definitely be putting up more waffles to get some of these out to more people. Yeah, it's the lighting in my room today is what it is because like my shirt looks purple too. It's black. That tent's definitely black for sure. But that tent's got some cool stuff in it right now. I'm just waiting. I keep peeking and peeking and peeking. I don't see anything breaking through the soil yet, but I'm hoping tomorrow or the next day I do. So for sure. But it's not purple. It's all black. It's just poor lighting in my room today. If I turn on the big light, then it just blinds everybody in the background. So I could open the tent, but I have it at like 30%, and I'm trying to keep it warm and humid in there, so I can't open the tent today either. I know, I can't wait either. I'm so excited. I've been peeking through this little plastic window on a regular basis, and I just keep seeing little pots full of cocoa. That's what I see. Little pots full of cocoa. So, oh, you got sound now, do you? Bad mod. Awesome. Yeah, I'm excited. But he also, you guys, he was talking about for the people that just came in, he just added the inflammation, Jane. So literally, it's to the point that if you have ibuprofen in your house, you need to buy some of this inflammation, Jane, because it really does help. There's other people that were on here talking about it before now, and yeah, definitely get at it. Yes, Sean, that's a first for me too. However, I have an amazing mentor that I'm just going to trust and put my faith in, and we're gonna go. I'm doing it. I put straight cocoa in there, and I'm running the same newts that he runs. We're doing everything the same. It's just my house with his instruction. So, but let's see. I think I have some of that highest ground coffee around here somewhere. I got a couple of the little pods left that I haven't drank. Absolutely, Chad. You have a great day. Get those chickens fed. Stay lifted, homie. Make sure you use Happy Hippie. I think it's just Happy Hippie, and you'll get 20% off on your order. There, Ray Lane knows. Ray and Daniel King have been working very close with Tanner for two different things, and they've had pretty amazing results, from what I understand. So, and it won't work in tea because of it's a weight thing. One a day usually, right. Oh shit! I just about broke this glass. Don't want to do that because I'm going to put some of that platinum OG punch breath in this and have it tested. I'll grab some 100 milligram inflammation. Right on. I'm going to grab some too for sure. I think I will wait till Friday though because, like he said, he's doing a 20. What did he say? It depends on how many you buy. Like there's a discount, a certain discount. It's right here. Boop, boop. Let's add this back. And of course, it's not going to be big enough. Let's see if we can get this to go. Nope, that's not what I want. Let's go here. That's not what I want either. Wow, I'm really learning things over here. Hold up. I'm learning. I don't want to click too many buttons because I don't want to. Oh, here it is. Let's see if we can make this thing bigger. There. That's a little bit bigger. So you get, if you do a subscription, you save 20%. Once you get to your four through seven, you save an extra 5%. So you'll get 25% off. And once you get to your eighth, you get an extra 10. So that after you've bought 8 times, uh, 8 subscriptions, you'll get them at 30% off. That's a good deal, man. It really is for real. Yeah, and I wonder if you could run those together, like, because I believe what he was saying was that uh, inflammation Jane will not be psychoactive at all. It will not get you high. It will only help with inflammation. I'm pretty sure that's what he was just saying. I woke up at like 3 o'clock this morning. It was crazy. 2:30 in the morning. Couldn't sleep. So I'm a little draggy today, but you know, there's that. So I will put some of these test kits up over on the Waffle Connect. We'll do that today. I'll do it as soon as I get off here. If you guys want to do it, get in the Waffle Connect. I'll do the 3 pack, uh, and probably 10 spots, and we'll see where we go from there. Absolutely.
All right, sorry about that. So that was really
Absolutely.
cool.
Yeah, that's
So
okay.
Phil, who was in the comments a little bit earlier, just
Showed
stopped
up.
by. Yeah, so he has a bunch to test. So I asked him if he minded if I mentioned it or whatever. He's like, nope. So I'm gonna show you what he brought, and then I'll talk about what we're gonna do on Monday. So this is really cool. Phil brought over. He brought his flower sample. So this is flower that's about a year old. He said. So we're gonna take a look at this. I might even bust out the microscope so we can take a look at what this looks like under the microscope. But what I think is gonna be really cool. So he brought the flower, and then he brought.
I'm
Yeah,
jealous that Phil lives close enough he can just stop by your lab.
yeah, he's like 5 minutes away. It's
I
awesome.
know. I'm jealous of Phil.
He brought hash that he pressed from the flower, and then he brought two different forms of concentrate he made from the same flower, and then he brought his waste, like hash byproduct, whatnot here. So on Monday, we'll do because these are all from the same plant essentially, like the same flower and whatever. We'll be able to test what it looks like in bud form, and then we'll be able to show what it looks like when you press that bud into hash
Hmm.
or into FICO
Concentrates.
and into whatever else, right? And part of the reason why Phil's interested in this is because when you make concentrates, it's a really laborious process. It's just laborious to make it, right? And there's different ways you do it, right? From hash to these kind of concentrates. And there's different amount of effort that goes into it. So one of the things he's interested in is it worth my time to do the extra work to make a FICO, to make this versus a hash or whatever? So that's what we're gonna help answer by looking at, like, did he extract all the cannabinoids from this guy? And what's the potency difference between these two processes? And how does that compare to when you press hash? So we'll be doing that on Monday. So that's
Nice.
awesome.
I definitely want to get
So
in and watch that.
yeah, we'll definitely be doing that on Monday. That's gonna be awesome, I think.
Now, if they miss this, you're leaving the recordings on, right? These will stay on Happy Hippie
Yeah.
Head Shop today. I mean, you're always welcome to go into Happy Hippie, even if I'm not on. You're always welcome to jump over and share that on there too as content. We'd appreciate if you do.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean,
The
I enjoy
knowledge. I mean,
leading it.
everybody I keep reading is thank you for the information. Thank you for the information. So I'm always about helping get knowledge out. If we can help get knowledge out, we'll definitely do that.
Well, I really appreciate that people are interested in it because, it's like one of the things that I have to do is I have to kind of take on all the roles, including marketing, right? And being out there, and like, so part of that recently, you'll notice I've been on TikTok more because, well, quite frankly, it's easier to get views on TikTok than it is anywhere else. But TikTok content's like, it's mostly meant to be like little humorous or this or that or whatever. And it's not really educational focused.
Right.
But I've been putting out more educational content, and people have actually been responding to that, which I really like, because I would personally rather be here at the lab doing some stuff with, testing or talking about cannabis related science than trying to do a voiceover funny skit or something like that.
Absolutely.
So I really
and
that,
I mean,
like,
we've held 20 people for an hour and a half, Tanner. These people love the information you're putting out. So
that's awesome.
I've been watching, and they some have come and gone because it is the day before Thanksgiving, and there's
of course.
things that people do have to get done. Like I'm going to have to jump here pretty soon because
Yeah,
I got to get some packages out before the mill shuts down. But
do work.
yeah,
Absolutely.
but definitely love the knowledge that you're putting out there. Look, I mean, Butter Nips is definitely.
I'm so surprised that it's showing up on StreamYard now.
Surprised what?
That Butter's showing up on StreamYard.
I know. What happened to that? That did show up, didn't it? That did show up. That shouldn't be showing up because she's a professional. Tanner's I'm sorry, Sean's asking when the 200's coming out.
So I'll put that back up. All right. So
yeah.
Let me tell you guys something real quick. So Phil just came by, and I sent him home with my second to last 4-pack of Inflammation Jane. So.
Oh, I got to get some of that.
I got plenty of 12-packs though. I'll be making up more, hopefully after. But anyway, so there we go. So when we're talking about this pod as the delivery mechanism, the reason that it works is the K-Cup is a tool, right? The K-Cup is, yes, you know of it as a coffee maker, but I know of it as a cannabis extraction and chemistry enabler, right? And that's what happens with these pods. The hot water brews coffee, but at the same time, it creates the nanoemulsion into your cup. That's why these things are shelf stable. It's why it works every single time. It's awesome. The K-Cup maker is a piece of technology you need. However, there's only so much water that you can run through it. And what I found is in 100 milligrams, when we put about 100 milligrams in here, you have to run 12 ounces to really fully, truly extract everything. Now, that's not a terrible thing to do. You might, if your machine doesn't do 12 ounces, you might just run it twice. But, you're making a whole lot of drink out of something that gets diluted. So at some point, you need so much water to do the extraction that you'll have such a diluted drink that it won't be a good drink either. So about 100 milligrams is the most can reasonably put in here. Now, the other thing that I'll say about that, twofold. The coffee is not, coffee is not like smoking. It's not the same. When you take 100 milligram edible versus 100 milligrams of coffee, the effect in your body is way different.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of reasons for that. So the coffee. So my point with that is this: People think I need more milligrams so I can get more relief, more high, more whatever. And if your goal is to get high, the coffee's not the thing for you. Coffee can get you intoxicated, but coffee is not going to send you out of this world generally on its own, right? It's not what it's good for. It's good for medicating with the cannabis. But what I'll say is if you do want to get high, and I do, THC is about the least interesting cannabinoid to do that with. There's a whole hell of a lot more fun ones out there that you don't need 200 milligrams to send you into the couch. So if I have time today, I might make a special batch. I highly doubt it because this fucking place is a mess. I have cleaned up exactly enough of this so that I have a place to put my iPad and you can see the equipment.
The whole thing, right?
And very little else, right? It's only me, unfortunately. I have very little body energy these days. So it's hard to constantly be doing things. So I'm going to try and make a Thanksgiving special coffee that will be less than 100 milligrams. I guarantee you that much. But it'll probably fuck you up.
It'll wreck you, yeah.
Well, so that's the thing too, right? So about a lot of folks have said number 6. A lot of folks have said, hey, number 6 is really cool. Gets me really high. And it's only 60 milligrams in number 6. And there's still only like 30 milligrams of THC in that thing. So I'm going to take this off real quick because Maui's got a great question and I want everyone to hear it. So and the question is, edibles don't work on me. Will the coffee? And the answer to that is yes. And I'll tell you why. So if smoking works for you, then the coffee will work for you too. The reason why, most likely, edibles do not work for you is that you probably lack the enzyme, CPY450, and there's another one, I can't remember the name, but you probably lack the enzyme that converts delta-9 THC in the body to 11-hydroxy-THC. And 11-hydroxy-THC is very, very psychoactive. So when people say, oh, this edible ain't shit, and then, the meme is like, oh, an hour later I'm in whatever, that's that 11-hydroxy. So if you lack the enzyme, you will not get that effect. Now, what I'll tell you about, or what I'll say is, for the coffee will work on you, but we need to make sure our expectations are set appropriately. What the coffee does, because it creates cannabinoid particles so small, and because they're water soluble, they go into your body, they go into your soft tissues, right? So the coffee experience is primarily body focused. Now, it'll work in that sense, right? It'll work in the sense that you're going to get the cannabinoids, it's going to get into your blood, it's going to get into your soft tissues, and it's going to have all the benefits that cannabis does when it gets into those areas, like anti-inflammatory effects, gut protective effects, things of that nature. But what it won't do is it won't allow you to have that same crazy high experience that people who get edibles do. So it'll work for you, but it will not, just setting expectations, it's not going to give you a recreational gummy high that people often talk about that you can't experience. But you should get the medicinal benefits, and you should notice the benefits of it as well because of the technology that's in it. And then she follows up with, what if I don't have a gallbladder? So here's the thing. While the gallbladder does have the enzymes, CYP450, it has a low concentration of it. It's mostly the brain it's mostly the liver and the kidneys, and I think also the brain that has the enzymes, and to a small degree the gallbladder. But anyway, the point of all that is, even if you don't have a gallbladder, the enzymes are in other parts of your body, but it sounds like you probably don't have the enzymes genetically, so it won't matter. It just won't matter. And that's the cool thing about the coffee too, because of what happens when it brews, we basically get to bypass your digestive processes that would normally consume cannabis and do what it does with it. It just bypasses it entirely.
Right.
And then I have fibromyalgia, so I need body relief. Yeah, so that's exactly where I would recommend Inflammation
Jane.
Yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot about this, and probably sub-formulations off of this guy. So this right now is only available in hundreds because there's a limited amount of these. but I will make them available in a lower dosage in the future. But anyway, start with this, or more ideally, actually, I'm out of variety packs. I got one variety pack. I was going to say buy the variety pack because it has this energetic Jane, extra strength original Jane, and original Jane. And you can see a little bit because they're all different formulations. So it's a really good way to get an idea of like everyone's pain is different and everyone's endocannabinoid system is different, right? So what works for you may not be what works for someone else. So I highly recommend starting with the variety box. I highly recommend starting with inflammation Jane. Give that one the test first. That's probably your best bet for immediate relief, followed by energetic Jane, and I'd go from there. So that's if
Awesome.
you have any kind of internal pains, inflammation, stuff like that, that's where the coffee is going to do you best. You know, it's a medicinal product. It's not meant to get you high. I like to think of it as like ibuprofen. That is 1,000 times better than ibuprofen.
Right on.
But yeah, so back to your point, Sean. There won't be a 200 milligram because it's just not reasonable to extract it using my method and technology. But we'll have different cannabinoid formulations that you have never experienced before, and your body, once it gets them, will be like, whoa, what is this? And there's some really powerful ones out there.
It's been great. I have a ton of work. I've got to get all the stuff packaged and get it to the post office where they close today because tomorrow's Thanksgiving. So
No worries at all. I appreciate you hanging out.
As always, hit me up after this because we want to talk about the Happy Hippie thing. And I want to get an order in on some of this inflammation Jane, and I would like to run some waffles on your plants. So I'll do that today. I'll get some running over at the Waffle Connect. We definitely appreciate it. If you guys are interested, jump over at the Waffle Connect and grab on that. So appreciate the time. You keep rocking it out and have a happy Thanksgiving, my man.
You too. I'm sure I'll talk to you soon.
Right on. Bye.
All right. Well, really appreciate hanging out and helping fill some of the time. All right, so I would recommend inflammation Jane for your inflammation Maui. I saw inflammation in your blood work looks really high, so yeah, I would try that. Now, one thing I haven't had the ability to test and measure, so maybe some of you out there are in a position to do so. But if you are out there and able to test your inflammation levels, like kind of before and maybe after, that would be pretty interesting to see. I think, kind of like the diabetes stuff. All right, so the only things I wanted to get done today is I was going to go ahead and start testing some of the calibration stuff on the GC, so I'll show how that's working. And the other thing I was going to do, which I think I might get started first, is finish making some edibles. Some really strong ones. We put 10 grams into a batch, which we determined is 11 milligrams per gram of chocolate. And that's a little insane. So, Lori, you're going to be ordering Friday. Awesome. Make sure to wait for the Black Friday sale, flash sale. So if you didn't catch it earlier on Friday, we will have, it'll be 25% off on 4 and 6 packs and 35% off on 12 packs. So that'll be a really good chance. If you haven't tried the 100 milligrams of either inflammation Jane or energetic Jane, that's going to be your best bet to get a really good deal on those, especially the hundreds. I will try inflammation Jane. My compacted vertebrae is a beach. Yeah, I would try that and see how it is. So like I said, pain is the source of pain can be multiple things. It can be inflammation, it can be nerves, it can be all kinds of stuff. And there's different ways that you treat those sources of pain. So if it's inflammation related, I think inflammation Jane will do really, really well for you. If the pain is, it may be a combination of things, but if the pain is also like nerve pain, then probably different cannabinoids will be more effective. My guess, it's hard to say. I could get my doctor to do it. They're THC. So that's awesome. In fact, one of the things too, maybe if you feel up to it, is let them know about the coffee. You know, there are cannabis positive doctors out there, and the ones that I've talked to, most of them, you know, are, you know, most of the ones that I haven't talked to them personally, rather I hear people who have them and they tell me about it, right? And mostly what I hear is, you know, they're supportive of it, don't like smoking because of all the negatives of smoking, you know, so they want to take edible forms. And I think one of the things that doctors who are THC, you know, who are cannabis positive, who are supporting of that and using cannabis as medicine, I think one of the things they don't know about, well, I can guarantee you, they don't know about stuff like this, right? And the idea behind this, the whole idea behind it being medicinal and not recreational, you know, that's foreign to them because everyone knows when you consume, even if you're consuming medically, you're still getting, once those cannabinoids kick in, you're still getting intoxicated, right? So having something that that allows you to treat the pain, treat the inflammation without impairing you, that's really powerful, and that's not known at the moment, right? People don't know because there's never been a form of administration available to people that allows so much body effect without impairing the mind. So maybe if you got a good relationship with it, talk to the doctor about it and see what they have to say. Maybe it'll be something they could recommend to some of their other patients as well. Inflammation is what I want to try for my lupus. Yeah, so I really do, you know, give this a try. If you have the opportunity, Ricky Bobby, on Friday, again, we're going to be doing our Black Friday flash sale. So if you have the opportunity, go ahead, order a 4-pack or a variety pack or whatever, you know, you want that has one of these in it, and give it a try, because the feedback for inflammation, Jane, for this particular formulation has just been phenomenal for so many different things. You know, it started off as, hey, can we help raise UC? And it's blown up into, oh, my bursitis, my inflammation, my this, that, and all these other things. It's tremendous. So really recommend starting here, and then, you know, depending on how that goes for you, the coffee can be customized, can be, you know, we can make different formulations and stuff, just like this. Just for Inflammation Jane was a formulation that was created for customer request. So if you find something that's maybe not exactly it, you know, don't be afraid to let me know. I don't personally take offense if it doesn't work for you, because it's cannabis, right? It's cannabinoids. It does what they can for your body. And if that's not the right set of combinations, there may be another set of combinations that's more appropriate. And, you know, so if you're willing to experiment with that, we'll be willing to experiment with it too. That's awesome, Maui. And my neck pops and swells, and that causes migraines. So, Sean, I wonder, have you had the original Jane yet? So I think what I'll do, since looking at me is not all that exciting, I think, what I'll do is see if I can join my phone I'll join my phone. Am I in the right thing? Let's find out. Nope. Joined the old stream. All right, give me a sec, guys. Delete and text. This is ridiculous. I have to do it this way, by the way. Go. All right. Wow. New studio. Okay, here we go. So let's see here. Let's go to the back. Settings, camera. So see, is that no, not what I wanted. All right, banner out of here. Hey, it looks like Phil just popped back in. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Phil. It's good to see you. I did let everybody know on Monday we're gonna do a bud to concentrate type of testing schedule, so everybody will get to kind of see like, all right, is it worth making FICO? Is it worth doing hash, et cetera, et cetera. I think that'll be really interesting. Can't wait. All right, I'll start. If not, I'll start order some on the 3rd. Yeah. Let me know, Bobby, and I'll do my best to help you out there. Takes the pain away and made it not come back that day. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, appreciate. Hey, Ray, have you gotten yours yet? By the way, did that order come your way? Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah. So let's do this. Sorry, my desk is messy. All right, so we're gonna get this guy here. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do next. Is we're going to set up the calibration standards, and I'm gonna do 3 points. So we're gonna do a series of dilutions, and we're gonna do this again with the ResTech standard, so that we can measure these. So I'm gonna grab some pipettes, and we'll get doing that. Yes, I got it on Monday. Awesome. All right, cool. I'm really glad that came, Ray. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I need another damn table. That's what I need. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1 milliliter out of here, and then I'm going to do actually, you know what? I'm not even going to bother with that. I'm going to do a 10x dilution. So we're going to take this, the external cannabinoid mix, and we're going to do a series of dilutions, and we'll get those marked and ready to go. Oh, and I did, I think it was Sean who had the question earlier. I forgot to answer, which is, do we have a gas, I think you call it a spectrograph, but it's called a chromatograph. Right there. All right, so that's this machine right here. This guy. Wow, that's really hard. Whoa. All right. Anyway, that guy. That's a gas chromatograph. So vaporizes it into a gas, separates the compounds using a column that separates them based on their polarity, which comes out the detector, which measures the time and the amount, or the response, and then that's how we get to determine, how much of a compound is. So I do have my other laptop here today. I'm going to see if I can join it from StreamYard when I get to the software portion of that. So after I get these done, we'll be moving to the software portion so we can see what it looks like when those tests are running. So yeah, I'm gonna do a 3-point dilution, which means I probably need to look up my notes because it's been a while and I don't want to screw it up on camera. So how am I gonna do that? Now that I have both, all of my devices are broadcasting. I'll be right back. So the chocolate's looking really good, but I am going to dilute it down a little bit. So let's do that. I'm going to take some of these. I probably should melt these first. Definitely should melt these first. Yeah, definitely gonna melt them. I'm glad you enjoy the equipment, Sean. It's definitely a lot more interesting for me when people participate than just me being here at the lab by myself. All right, so shit out of the way. So we're gonna do. I want to do this quickly. I'm gonna turn this off so I can look at my notes real quick. Bear with me. Okay. So I'm gonna print something off and hope it's the right one. Or it'll be one. Alright. So it's probably hard to see. But this is going to be the pattern we're going to follow to create our calibration table. And this is for a 5-point calibration table. And we may or may not worry about some of these. In fact, I'm going to take a look at that right now. In fact, I'm just going to drop the 2 lowest because they're not really useful to what we do, at least not for right now. Alright, fuck it. You know what? We're just going to try it out. I don't want to math right now. So we'll take 100 microliters. We'll do this guy. This one. I gotta get some more pipette tips. I know you all thought, hey, cannabis testing, super sexy. I get to smoke weed all day. Actually, it's mostly putting pipette tips into pipette holders and other not so exciting things. Too gross because I'm lazy. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do a 3-point dilution on this. I think that's what we're going to do. Need solvents. You know what? I have solvent from yesterday, so we'll use that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this set of dilutions. This will be the for hopefully the next set of calibrations. And then I'll switch over to the laptop. I'll get the software going and get that running. And then maybe we can watch as some of the tests go. And hopefully what we'll be able to see is the chromatograph as responses come and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to make this series first, then we'll swap over to the laptop, get the GC running, and then we'll finish the official. We'll do this again with the calibration standard after this is finished. The reason I want to do that is I want these to run to make sure that the calibration process was correct. We'll see that on the GC, and then after that's done, if we know that's correct, I'll repeat the process with the official standards, throw them in there, and hopefully we'll be cooking with Crisco going forward. So I got our lids. My expectation right now is that this is far too concentrated to be used undiluted. I don't know. So in fact, I think maybe that's what we'll do first. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do first. I'm going to do I want to do 100 dilution, 100x dilution. Okay, so we'll try a 10, we're going to try a 10x dilution. All right, or excuse me, 100x dilution. So we're going to dilute it down 100 times. The way that we're going to do this, so I'm setting the pipette tip down to 10 microliters. Okay, 10 microliters. This other one is set to 990. So if we do the math on that, that will be 1 milliliter. So I'm going to do a 10x dilution on, or excuse me, 100x dilution on this, and then we're going to feed it through the machine to see if we need to dilute it more, maybe not dilute it as much, whatever. We won't know until we get to look at the machine. So I think we'll just do that and go from there. So as always, when we're doing quick about this, because this is acetone, both of these, acetone's super volatile and it wants to evaporate as soon as it possibly can. So to be quick about it, our goal here is to be quick about it. So we're going to take, all right, we want to have everything ready to go because we don't want to evaporate as much as possible. So I'm going to have a lid, and we're going to use one of these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shake this up. This is not a great way to mix, but it'll do. So I'm going to shake this up, take 10 microliters out of here. In fact, I'm going to do it twice. I'm going to take 10 microliters out of here twice, and then I'm going to put solvent into the rest of it, and then we're going to run, in fact, I'll do it 3 times, because why not? I'll do it 3 times. We'll run all 3 samples. That way we can kind of see like what it looks like. And yeah, we'll go from there. So, shit, hold on. So in order for this test to be really meaningful, we want to have what's called an internal standard. That internal standard basically lets us know when the injection was successful or how successful it was. And you compare that internal standard on a plant sample versus your calibration. And if they're close enough, you can say, okay, this injection's good enough, the data's good, and I'll just proceed forward. But without that internal standard, if one of these injected 20% less, you won't know that. You'll just see 20% less signal response. So the internal standard allows us to correct for a lot of that. The problem right now, there's no internal standard in here, which is by design, don't want there to be. But when we get to injecting it, we do want an internal standard. So that we know whether or not the injections were consistent, if we try 3 at a time or whatever. So, I think the best way to go about this will be to honestly think microwaving would probably be the fastest. Don't microwave acetone vapors, by the way. Okay, so I think this is what we're gonna do. So these are little glass inserts. And what you do is you put these into these vials, just like that. And what that allows you to do is put less whatever it is in there and still have it be injected. So normally, if you wanted the needle to reach, you need at least 1 milliliter of solvent in here. But with this insert, I can use 200 microliters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 100x dilution here, as talked about. And then I'm going to put 200 microliters into here, evaporate out the acetone, then add back 200 microliters of acetone with internal standard, which is this guy. And then once that's done, this will then be ready to run on the machine. So it's gonna be a process. Stick around, I guess. All right, so first part of this, I'm gonna do 10 microliters, followed very quickly by 990 microliters of, I gotta do pure acetone. Which I have right here. What I'm going to do here, just add acetone to this. This is pure acetone. There shouldn't be anything in here. No internal standard, no nothing. And the reason I want one without an internal standard is because there's no internal standard as part of the solvent in here. So when I do a dilution, I don't want to add internal standard to something that doesn't have it, because that'll change the proportions. So using pure acetone as what's used in here, I'll make the dilutions, and then I have to evaporate the acetone out and add the acetone with internal standard back. So that's what we're going to be doing. All right, so real quick, this is how it works. We're going to take our 990. See if you can see that. All right, that's 990. Gonna drip the tip. Pop that guy in there. That's that. Now quickly come here. Boom. Open this guy up. Should have had that done already. Oops. Okay. Now we cap it. All right. So there we go. Just about 1 milliliter. So now, so this is now 100x diluted. I'm going to vortex mix it just to make sure everything's nice and evenly distributed. I'll take 2 minutes. I don't really need this acetone right now, so I'm going to put it back into the bottle. How it's made special. It is kind of how it's made special. How a calibration is done. Alright, so anytime you're using a mechanical pipette, you see it's listed for 10 to 100. I want to put it back to the 100. Reason for that is it helps keep its calibration. If you store it somewhere in between or whatever, then there's a good chance it won't be as accurate. All right, so that's that. So we got the standard over there mixing. After that's done, I'm going to take out 200 microliters, put it into one of the other vials, cap it, and then I'm going to take this air pump and with this needle. So this is just an aquarium pump. It's very fancy scientific equipment. And what this is going to do is we're going to put this into that little vial, and that's going to help evaporate away all the acetone. Then once the acetone's evaporated, then I can add the last part, and then it can be thrown through the GC. So I think what I'm going to do, this is going to finish here mixing in a minute. So I'm going to take the 200 microliters out, get this set up, get that going, because it's going to take probably 10-15 minutes for that acetone to evaporate out. And while it's doing that, I'll switch over to the lab computer, and we'll get into the software, and we'll start showing how that works. So I'll be right back while I set some of that up. Alright, guys. Sorry it's taking so long. Almost getting there. So that thing's done vortex mixing. I'm just trying to get logged into the computer, so bear with me a few more moments. Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. So, alright. Alright, so, like I was saying, okay, quickly getting back to the comments here. At what point can plants be tested? I think you said during veg, but how far in? So, depends on what well, actually, it doesn't really depend too much on what we're testing. You can test leaf samples from the first set of true leaves past germination. You can test those for cannabinoids and gender. So, you're talking maybe 10 days old, is about as early as you can test for both potency as well as gender. All right, so what we were talking about is we're going to take this standard, we're going to put it into here, evaporate it out, put the solvent back, so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to take 100 microliters. I'm actually going to do that twice. So I'm going to have my lid ready. And then I'm going to open this up, take out 100 twice, and then close it back up. That'll be that. So put it in there, pump it a couple times. So that's one. it a couple pumps. That's 2. That's that. All right. So by habit, I capped this one, but we're not going to keep it that way. So now, I'll see if you can see it on camera or not. I don't think so. Where is it? Probably not. So if you can see it, there's this vial is full of liquid, acetone and cannabinoids. So now we're going to take this guy, which is just pumping out just a little bit of air. Yeah, can barely tell unless you have it on something. And I'm going to set that in there. So I'm going to set that in there, hopefully without causing anything to spill out. So it's kind of a little pain in the ass, I'll be honest. But it's kind of like that. Okay, so this is slowly pumping air and evaporating the acetone out. So once that's fully gone, we'll come back to 200 microliters of internal solvent with internal standard. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to go ahead and go to the computer, and we'll go ahead and start. I'll show you what that looks like. I'm going to try to figure out how best to do that because stuff's everywhere. So I might be off camera for a few minutes while I figure that out. Okay. One day this will be a smooth process. Not today, though. All right, so because the equipment's kind of old and because I don't want to be using computers, these are actually set up on virtual machines. So there's a little box, you can't see it over here somewhere, that's responsible for everything. And that is hooked up to the GC. So I'm logging into the computers, and we'll show you that here in a second. So let's do it. So because the equipment is kind of old, the computers, you basically have to restart it every time you want to start doing something new with it. So as part of the process to make sure the computers are working, first thing you have to do is make sure that the computer can talk to the GC, and that's what this screen does. And that's what we can see with this green check mark right there. Hopefully you can see it. It's a little small. All right, that's a little easier to read, I think. A little easier to see. All right, anyway, so that's that guy. So after I can make sure that it's talking to the GC, then I have to open up the software. Again, some of the software is so damn old. You can see the copyright on this ended in 2003. So this software itself is probably 20 plus years. That's okay, because it still works pretty well, at least for what we do. Alright, so I got things. And maybe a fourth one. All right, so we got these 4. And what we're going to do now is enter them into the computer. Before I do that, I'll go ahead and show you real quick. So this waviness that you see here, that waviness is basically like background noise, either electrical or otherwise. And I'll show you what it looks like when we actually run it here in a minute. That's fine. So I got 4 plus the 5. So let's do that. All right, so with the computer, now I go back to all these vials. So, for example, Uncle Rich's rosin. Put a note on here that it's vial number 1. So that's what we're gonna do. There's only so many characters, so I gotta put in a short name. Uncle Rosin. This was. The multiplier is how much solvent we put in there. So that's that 12 right here, which is at 12 milliliters, so we'll leave that alone. The dilution, that's on the vial. So this one was a 20x dilution because it's concentrate. So I'd take 20 there. And then the other thing I have to update here is the sample amount. This was 16.4 milligrams, so that would be 0.00164. Okay. There we go. 0.164. Yep, so that's 16.4 milligrams. Now we'll go to number 2, which is, I don't know what it's called, Nero something or other. Not sure. It's one of Ray's. Hopefully I'll fix it for you, Ray. Nero Ray. Same thing on this guy. I gotta fix this compound, or the amount of it. 96.6 milligrams, so that's 0.0966. And then this will be 12 and 10, that's right, that's fine. And then number 3 is going to be, so that was 1, that was 2. Alright, so number 3 is going to also be juicy fruits. KYP. That's also Ray. And that was 92.3, 0.923. Alright, so that's 0.923, that's that one. And then the very last one is going to be purple ghost candy. That was 107.3 milligrams. Okay. So the acetone's almost out of what you call it. The acetone's almost fully evaporated. So we're really close to running this. So I'm gonna let that evaporate for another minute. And then I think what I'll actually do All right, so what I'm going to do, the very first time this thing's run when it's been cold for a while, the first injection's not very reliable. So you want to run it twice. So what I'm going to do, I've got all 4 of these samples, these vials on the auto sampler. So I'm going to get them started and get them running, and we'll see that happening. And I think what I'll do is I'll take this guy over to that so you can kind of see it in action. What it's doing now is going to come over here, grab one of these vials, and deliver it over here so it can be injected. All right, so that was the injection. I don't know how well you can see that. But that's what the auto sampler does. It picks up the vial, runs it through. Now, if you're watching, just remove this from stream for a minute. So if you're watching this, in fact, I'll just remove me. So this very first peak, that's the solvent. Now these little bumps right here, let me see if I'm gonna switch to the other computer real quick. All right, so what we see here is the peak. This very first big one, that's the solvent. So that's the acetone. These peaks right here, these are going to be terpenes. These are your real volatile compounds. Now this peak that we just saw, this guy right here, This peak at 1.2 minutes, this is our internal standard. So this is how we measure injection to injection to make sure that they're consistent. Now on this method, the very first cannabinoid would come out at 1.8 minutes, and that would be CBDV. Most flower doesn't have much, if any, detectable CBDV. Okay, so I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot. Yeah, in fact, so this bump right here comes out where CBD would be, and this very well may be CBDV, but it's hard to tell because it's such a low signal, just as these are. These are coming out where cannabinoids are too, so it's a good chance these are trace amounts of delta 9 THCV and CBC, I believe. Now, as we get to 2.5 minutes, we're going to see another big peak. That's where our THC comes out, followed by CBG and CBN. So we'll see that here in a second. All right, so that first big peak, that's THC. The second peak that follows right after it, that's CBG. And what we're seeing right now is CBN. All right, so if I change the graph to this way, what we see here, very beginning, that's the solvent peak. Comes out here, this is our internal standard. And then over here, this big peak, this is our THC, and this is our CBG, and this is going to be the CBN. So this is called a gas chromatograph. Compounds come out at different times. That's what these peaks are, right? So we see 2.5 versus like 1.2, et cetera, et cetera. And then it gives you a signal amount. And that signal amount is basically how you correlate that to potency. So we got to do some math in the end to do that. But that's basically how you test. So the gas chromatograph is done. The last compound that would come out, the last cannabinoid that we would be able to see, would come out right here at 2.74 minutes, and that's CBN. So this is a rosin that we ran. Oh wait, no, yeah, it is. This is the rosin. And what I want to point out about this is misconception about plants. So this is CBG. That's a good sign. CBG is good. So a lot of CBG would tell you that you probably killed the plant too early, potentially. And the reason we say that is because CBG is what converts into THC enzymatically in the plant. So if there's CBG in the plant, there's potential for THC and other cannabinoids. But what I would point out real quick, so this is kind of moving on me because it's done. But what I'd point out real quick right here is just these peaks. This is CBN, what you see right here. One of these peaks anyway. And my only point with that is we like to think couch lock is associated with CBD, or excuse me, with CBN, but there's really no evidence of that. Not in plant flower samples anyway. All right, so this was the very first run. Let's see if I can come back here. So this was the very first run. It takes maybe it's 5 minutes exactly, actually. It takes about 5 minutes for the method to run. And what you're seeing right now is, you see this line. Let's see if I can point to it. So you see this, right? So this line kept going up, and then it plateaued. And this is where we turned everything off. This is where the heater's turned off so it can get back to temp. And we can see the signal dropping. So that's what's happening right now. Basically, the whole machine is coming back down to its initial temperature, That takes about 4 minutes. Once it's back at its temperature and once it's where it needs to be, then we can run it again, run the next test. So one test, although it only takes 5 minutes for it to get all the cannabinoids out of there, one test takes about 11 minutes back to front. So we've got a few more minutes for the next test to come through. In the meantime, I do think the lab, go back to lab cam. So I do think that this is evaporated. It looks like there's only solid mass in there. I'm just going to let it go for another minute just to make sure. I don't want to be screwing stuff up. It looks like maybe there's some liquid. I don't know. If that's not liquid, then there's definitely too many cannabinoids in this vial. We'll find out. I prefer flower over any other type of cannabis. I feel you lose other cannabinoids in the process. Yeah, I agree with that. I would agree that there are beneficial compounds that are not cannabinoids that really add to the experience that you do tend to lose when you purify an extract. But what I also can say is that getting the effects from cannabis, like the medicinal effects, you don't need a lot of those other compounds. So it's hard to really like have a good sense of where you want to be when you're trying to understand how you medicate with it, you know. All right, so I think this is done. Yeah, so this is done. I'll show this to you. See if I can show it to you. Probably can't see that. There's just a little bit of like residue that's at the bottom of this glass jar, and that's going to be our cannabinoid formulation. So now what I'm going to do is we evaporated 200 milliliters out of here. I'm going to put 200 milliliters of solvent with internal standard back. I'm going to cap it, and then I'm going to vortex mix it, and then we're going to measure it. All of them are running now, so it's going to get measured at some point anyway. So I'm going to do that. Take 200 milliliters out of the solvent. That's going to be this guy. Okay. That's that. All right, so like I said, I'm going to go ahead and vortex mix this for 2 minutes. That's just going to make sure all the cannabinoids get dissolved, but also then distributed nice and easy. And then I'm just going to pop this into spot number 10 on the GC, which I'm going to go ahead and mark that it's a number 10 so I don't forget in the future. There we go. Y'all keep me honest. There's number 10. All right, so off to the vortex mixer. All right, so that's going. I'm gonna check on the chocolate real quick. Oh yes, ooh la la. Let's see what we got here. Boom, baby. So that's looking really good. Damn, that's good. Woo. Interesting. So I think too, I think next week I'm gonna try to set it up so that we can also do some edible testing. And I figure that'll be a fun thing to kind of show too. I don't know when that'll be, but sometime next week. Oh, that chocolate mixer, yeah. Yeah, so this is a wet grinder. I think it's mostly used in Indian, officially it's used for Indian cuisine, like wet grinding rice and curries and stuff. I'm not 100% sure. But it's also a poor man's chocolate conch. And it's really cool. If you're making your own chocolate from like cocoa butter and adding your own sugar and all that stuff, it's really cool because the grinding wheels, they keep, grinding and going, and those basically break down the particles as they're going through. So, sugar's crystalline, and so if you don't break it down, you notice grittiness as an example. So what this wet grinder does is it just grinds. Everything gets really, really small, really, really uniform in particle size, and you notice that on your tongue. So the piece I just took out, I kind of want to get another one because it was so good. But yeah, that was really good. So that's a wet grinder. Got that guy off of Amazon forever ago. Highly recommend if you're doing that. Be careful of chocolate and lab work. Can't use these now. Oopsie. Alright, let me pull this out of the way. Alright, so this is finished. I'm going to go ahead and put this into slot number 10, and then at some point in the next hour, it'll run. True, not speaking. Definitely not speaking. That's awesome. That's really awesome, Sean. Is the I'm really curious what the is it too stimulating for you, or what do you feel when you take the V? Definitely glad they work for it. So, any questions and stuff while we're doing this? I think we're at a pause. So right now, the calibration mix, this guy, we don't know what its concentration is, or, basically anything to do with that. So we don't know if it needs to be diluted more, less. Guaranteed it's more. So we're going to see that on the GC, but I have a good feeling that we're not going to finish this process today. But I will have results for you, Ray, if you're still here, and the other 4 that are running today. So I will have those done. But I don't know that we'll have all the work for the calibration stuff done here. Because here's the thing. We're coming up on, it's like 1:15, and I'm going to be out of here by 2, most likely. So, because it takes 11 minutes back to back, so it would take an hour just to run these 4. And what I can't do because it's so damn expensive, is I can't leave my ResTech standard sitting in the machine, because if I do, the solvent will evaporate, which sucks. That means I can't use that standard again. The reason for that is, once you puncture one of these guys, there's a teeny tiny little hole, and acetone loves to evaporate, so it will if it can. And if you puncture these a lot of times, then it'll go even faster. But anyway, so I'm thinking that this will get this part where we do the ResTech standard plus finishing our homemade standard. I think we're going to finish that on Monday, just because I don't think I'll be able to have results for it any sooner, even if I really wanted to. So Monday for that. So yeah, so we'll do that. So on Monday, we're going to finish the standard stuff. Are you a one-man operation? Well, there's one. Looking for the other one. Oh, hey, there he is. Nope, just the one. Just the one, unfortunately. That's why it takes me so long to do some stuff. Because I can't out. Some days I don't have the energy to be doing it either, So on Monday, we will finish doing the calibration standards, and then, because that's only going to take that'll take like an hour, so we'll do that first thing, because this is basically prepped. Once this thing runs in the ejection, I'm going to take it back out of there and throw it in the freezer if it's at a level we need, which I won't know until it does the injection. But anyway, so on Monday we'll finish the calibration stuff, and then we'll get to fills testing. So we'll test all 5 of these, and then we'll do a nice comparison to see, like, all right, what ends up in the flour, or what's in the flour, what ends up in hash, what ends up in concentrates of this variety or that variety, et cetera, and we'll do that stuff. So the rest of today, unfortunately, let's see, making chocolate. The lab PC is just basically running. It's a whole lot of waiting around here. Oh, this is what sucks about, man, if I had only known before I invested as much as I invested into building a small cannabis laboratory. One of the suck parts too about testing is if the first injection, this is why the internal standard matters so much, if the first injection isn't consistent, you got to run it again. You got it, right? And you may not know that until the next day or 2 days or whatever. So it gets to be, sometimes it's a lot of hurry up and wait, and then also at the same time you gotta try to manage people's expectations, because a lot of the times I run these at the end of the day because it is a lot of hurry up and wait. There's nothing I can do once all the samples and calibrations are prepped. I put them in the machine and I can basically walk away. So I let that run overnight, and then the next morning I'll come back in and I'll check the results and stuff. So sometimes it takes extra time because an injection will not run correctly, and I have to redo it, plus I have to redo the calibration and all that stuff. So just, sometimes you have to run some of these samples 2-3 times before you have results that you can report to someone, which, just adds to the amount of work and whatnot that you got to do. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's nice because you can leave it in the auto sampler, which the downside to that, as I mentioned, is if you leave your calibration in there, that's the only use you'll get out of that calibration, unless that somehow doesn't evaporate. And that's partly why we're doing this, so that, if you caught the stream yesterday, the official standard from ResTech is very, very expensive, and you have to crack it open every time you run a batch if you want that batch to be something resembling accurate. So If you forgot it in here and let it evaporate out, you can't reuse it. And normally you could get 5 uses out of a cracked open jar, like 5 batches before you ran out of enough that the injections won't work anymore. So you can kind of get 5, but if you forgot, you got 1, and that is really, really, really expensive. So that's what we're doing here by making our own. While we don't know the exact concentration, because all the cannabinoids we added to it are of various potencies and so on and so forth, even though we don't know the exact concentration in here, we will use a certified standard to quantify the potency of all these. And then once that's been quantified, then that's your new, then you can use that as a new standard. And that's what we'll be doing going forward. So even if I, excuse me. Excuse me. So even if I forget it, it's not the end of the world in terms of the cost, because the cost to take 1 milliliter out of this is nothing. Nothing compared to what the standards are. So I'm gonna close the screen on the other one so we can see kind of what's happening over here. Watch that run. Yeah, so that's that peak that just came through. That's our internal stand. In fact, what I'm going to do, just to see how accurate the measurements are, I'm going to change the scale so we can see everything. So give me a second. Hey, Old Scratch, it was good to have you here. Thanks so much, man. Okay, cool. So, if you're watching right now on the screen, the second peak, you'll notice from the very first injection, that's what's on the left-hand side of the screen. There's a really thin line. Here, I'll go to the other camera and show you. So this is why we do internal standards, right? That injection is the internal standard, the very first one we ran. Now you'll notice, if you were to compare that to this guy, this is the same sample, just the second time it was run. The first time it always is a little wonky. But what you can see on this one here, this peak and this peak, this one over here, those are basically the same. Little difference, 10-15% probably, but they're basically the same. And what that means is that we will use these injections. We'll take the internal standard amount that was seen, we'll put that into our calibration tables, and then that's going to be used to verify that the injection was as we expected it to be, because it matches all the rest of them, or within a range or whatever. I haven't seen that start. Yeah, this is XP, baby. This is like the last version of Windows that this version of software supports. So we're working with some old equipment, that's for sure. Still good though, just a little old. Now what's interesting here, looking at these injections, so these, oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say, wow, this is totally different, but actually the very leftmost is the first Uncle Richard's rosin. The second middle is the rosin again, and then the third one we're seeing right now is a different plant sample. But what I want to show you, so So this is on the far left. This big peak is THC. All right, so oh, that's interesting. I think this is CBC. This peak is CBC. It's freaking huge. So let me check my notes real quick. But I think that's CBC. Comes out at 2.27 or 2 point something. Yeah, 2.27 is CBC. Wow. I think this might be Ray's. Ray, are you still with us? Let's see, vial number B2. Yeah, this is Ray's. So let's see. This is really cool, by the way. I have never seen so much CBC show up in a plant sample that it was almost equal to THC. That's nuts. Hey Ray, is this an outdoor grown plant by chance? This would be Nero perspective or Necro perspective or something like that. Holy crap, I've never seen that before. That's awesome. Yeah, outdoor. Man, that's interesting. Every outdoor plant I have seen has more CBC and CBT or CBL than any indoor. I mean, this is nuts. Like, you have no idea, Ray. I've never seen a plant produce in almost equal amounts CBC to THC. Like, that's nuts. So the question Sean just put forward is, how good are those numbers? These numbers don't mean anything yet. The only thing we can take away from these numbers right now would be relativity. So, relatively speaking, if I zoom out here, all right, so the only thing we can talk about is relativity. Now, first thing to know is all compounds have different amount of ions. So you can't look at two peaks and be like, oh, those are probably the same potency, because a compound might have 10% more ions than a similarly one, right? So you can't look at that. What we look at here, if you see the peak next to this window, right above it, right here, because I can't show my mouse. So that's delta 9 THC. The only thing we can take from these graphs so far is that sample 1 has this much THC, whatever that is, and this one has relatively, some amount more. The numbers, we could run the percentages. So that's the only thing we can tell right now. Now, once we inject the calibration standard, it's going to produce a graph just like this, but we're going to know, because it's certified to be at certain levels, that each one of the compounds that comes out, what that looks like. In fact, let me show you what a calibration run looks like. All right. All right, so this is a calibration standard. You see how nice and even these peaks are, and there's 9 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. First one's over here. Got to go backwards. So that's 9 calibration standards. So that's what the certified ResTech standard does. Is it gives you, at least on paper, the idea like, hey, you're going to inject this. It has this amount of compound. And we see that it's pretty evenly distributed. One cool thing to note, this is THC and CBN. They're very close. So in a lot of lab literature, you can find, especially because of how hard it has been in research to get THC for like standards and testing and laboratory use. Well, you'll find in some research documentations they use CBN because it has a similar response profile as THC, and we can see that here in the fact that the peaks are very, very similar. So the machine's still running, but this is how this works, right? So I'm going to click on THC if I can. All right, so this is the THC peak. And you'll see this little table also highlighting. That doesn't help. Okay. Now what I have to do, it's probably hard to see on this screen, but when I select the THC peak, what I have to do is take the area of the THC and put it into my calculators. So when I take that area number, I put it in the calculator and I say, okay, this is supposed to represent approximately 50 parts per billion or 100 parts, whatever it is, whatever the point is supposed to be. And the idea is the next time I run, next time I run a sample, let me find one in this run here. All right, so the next time that I run a sample and I want to quantify it, oh, good Lord. What is that? I gotta find a sample big enough peak to do something with it. Integration. Go. What? All right. All right. So now when you want to quantify something, like this hash that went through, you have to find the peak, find the area it reports, and then you have to do some math to correlate the area of what you're looking at to the area of your known standard. And if you correlate the two of those, you will know how many parts per million was in your injection. And then when you know how many parts per million you injected and was seen, you then work backwards. So you say, okay, I have this many parts per million. I did a 10x dilution, so that adds 10x to whatever my number was. And then, I had a multiplier of 12, so that's going to change it there, and so on and so forth. So you got to go through, once you have the response, once you have the signal, once you can correlate this amount of signal to this amount of compound, you then math your way back to your tested numbers. So whatever just ran through, so this is a good thing to show. So whatever just ran through has very negligible THC. And we can see that. Never mind, it just didn't update. Never mind. Now, what's interesting about this too, so looking at it, right? We see right here, I can't show my cursor, which sucks. But we see this peak, that's THC, sitting at 2 minutes 54 seconds. This is also THC. And we can see like how much less this is. So this is like twice as much THC going on over here than in the sample that came before it. Who knows why that may be? But that's part of the work that you have to do when you're doing testing is, if you want it to be accurate, you need to every step of the way you have to go through it with purpose and intent if you want it to be accurate. And I find, understanding helps. Do I have a degree in anything? No. Technically, I have a degree in computer networking. That's it. All this stuff was self-taught. So I had to teach myself how to test cannabis. I actually had to rebuild all these machines myself. So I rebuilt the gas chromatograph. I rebuilt the hydrogen generator. I did rebuild the zero air generator too. So I had to put all this shit together. And then I had to learn the software. Then learn the analytical part of it and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, no degrees in anything. Let's see if we can make this a little easier to read. All right. So another cool thing, again, just to see. So this is that internal standard at work. This peak right here, where the top of the start window is, very closely matches to this one. And is also very close to this one. And all that means is that these injections were really consistent. And that helps in making sure, basically if I saw one of these dip down, like if this injection was actually like over here, I'd be looking at two things. First, I'd be looking at, well, was the middle injection wrong? Right? Was that the one that was an error? Maybe the first two, first and last are more accurate. And it's just all part of why this takes a while. It's all part of why there's a whole lot that goes into making sure the numbers you get are accurate. And, sometimes they have been inaccurate in the past, which I always feel bad about because I try to be as accurate as possible. But that's how you learn, I guess, too. And that's partly why I'm so acutely aware of the areas where errors compound. And I want to try to be, cognizant of those kind of things. Let's see what else. All right, cool. So the next injection that's going to run is going to be our calibration valve. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm just changing the order that we're running in. So the next test that's going to run is line 5, which is our homemade calibration standard. So we're going to check for, we'll get a good idea now of how askewed we're going to have to make some changes to the internal calibration no matter what we do, I think. That. Now we're just waiting for the time to pass long enough for the next injection to run. So what I'm thinking about right now is how to make the most out of the next 20-30 minutes where these are going to run. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to crack open the ResTech standard. I'm going to do 1 point of calibration, and I'm going to throw that back in the freezer before I lose it. So I guess let's do that next. All right, so this is our ResTech standard. I cry a little every time I have to open this, not gonna lie. All right, so we're going to do, so this is at 1,000 parts per million. What we're gonna end up doing is diluting it down to 125 parts per million, which is what's gonna be in here, and then I'm gonna take 200 milliliters out of there and do as I did with the other one, put a vial insert in here. I'll do now. Okay. And then we're gonna evaporate that away, and then we'll run that on the thing. So I'm gonna grab. Let me see. I don't think I need to. I need one lid. See if I can find one I didn't accidentally cover chocolate. All right. So I'm gonna take 700 microliters. Of solvent. And then I'm going to combine that with 100 microliters of my 1,000 part per million standard. And what that's going to do is give us a dilution that brings us down to 125 parts per million. It's good having you, Sean. Thanks for coming. So we'll go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to take 100 of this, and then quickly I'll take 100 out of here. Okay. Should be okay. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so here we go. I hate this so much. So again, we're pipetting 700 microliters into this vial here. And then we're going to add 100 microliters of internal standard, which is this guy. Okay. Cry a little bit. All right, so now that's done. We're going to cap it. I'm going to mark this so I don't lose track of what it is. I'm going to call this ref 125. 125 ref, the reference standard. Now we'll vortex mix it. We'll extract 200 microliters out of here, so 1/4 of what's in here. Evaporate. Oh shit. Fuck me. Okay, that's fine. So I screwed up. I needed to use pure acetone, evaporate it, add it, evaporate, and then put the thing back in there. Oh Lord. If anyone's watching the computer that just went through, that's messy. That's our homemade standard. Anyway, so I took 100 microliters out of here. I'm going to, fuck me, such a pain. All right, so I took 100 microliters out of here. I have to evaporate away the whole goddamn thing. And then add in 700 microliters of solvent, pure solvent, and 100 microliters of internal standard. Oh, yeah. Son of a bitch. I wish I was thinking better. That unfortunately means I can't finish today. Unless I do another one. Which I probably could do, but... okay. Let me think about this. I need... I think that's what I gotta do. Alright. Well. Only good for flour now. Dang it. Basically, I have to cook away the acetone so that I can get the internal standard to match correctly. Otherwise, right now this will be like 12.5% off if I ran the calibration injection versus an injection that's been running, for example. So much too. I'm going to put this into a baggie until I figure out what I'm going to do with it. Because I think it's going to take too long to do that today, and I do want to get a calibration run as part of this before I leave today. So, 100. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do it again. This time without mindlessly going through. So I'll get our pure acetone back. Don't need a whole lot. Alright, now... Yeah, so now, I'm going to repeat what we just did. just wants to fall everywhere. So I think this is the right one. Hey, it is. Cool. Good enough for now. All right, so redo it again. I'm going to take 700 milliliters of acetone. Hit that here. Get rid of that. Grab our other pipette tip with 100 microliters of ResTech Standard, plus or minus a few tears. I think I got one more left. Now I need another one of these. All right. Secure that nice and tight. So I'm gonna label this again, 125 ref. And that 125 is the parts per million in the standard. So now I'm going to throw this on the, I'm going to call this faux standard. So that's my standard, so I don't forget and lose track. All right, so we're going to vortex mix these so they're nice and homogeneous. And then I'm going to extract 200 microliters out of here, evaporate the solvent, replace the solvent, put it on the GC, and then that'll be the last run that we end up doing today. Just going to get these pipettes back to their maximum capacity so that while in storage they don't lose any calibration or accuracy essentially. So now while that's mixing, all right, I'm gonna get this will be set up for this. While that evaporates away, I'm gonna switch to the computer. We'll take a quick look at what we just ran. Yeah, so we'll do that one last calibration standard for today. I'll get that running. That way I can get all the results from the runs today out. And let's see what else. I think I'm gonna grab the chocolate, and that'll probably be it for today at the lab. So see how it goes. I'll tell you what though, that chocolate tastes really damn good right now. Alright, so let's okay, so now this guy's all mixed up. We're going to take 200 microliters out of here and pop it into this jar with a vial. Make sure it's empty first. Yep, it's empty. So 100 microliter pipette. Just going to do it twice. So now we put 200 microliters of our ResTech standard. It's a reference standard at under 25 parts per million. Now we're going to evaporate it back out with this guy. So I'm going to leave this here, and then I'm going to switch over. I'm going to switch over to the computer. Yeah, all right, that's going. So I'm going to switch over to the computer, and we're going to take a look. All right, so okay. So our standard at dilution is not crazy bad as it is. After all the runs are completed, I'll end up comparing it to the calibration standard, and we'll see just kind of how close that is. That'll be interesting. I won't have numbers on that today. We'll pick that up on Monday though. Yeah, that's super messy. That's the downside of using distillates and plant extracts to try to create a standard out of it. It's not very clean. That's okay. It doesn't need to be. Hey, Paul. It's good to see you. Welcome back. We're into hour 4 of our playing around at the lab. We're going to be getting our last couple standards here set up, and then once this is completely done, I'm evaporating it out. I got to add some internal standard solution to it, but once that's done, this is going to go on the GC. That's going to be the last component. I'm going to let that run. And then what happens after that is I'll take all the numbers, put them into spreadsheets, and start running the calculations on it. It's going to take another, probably another hour or two, which I won't do on the live stream because I'm probably going to, after I get this last thing set up in the auto sampler and ready to go, I'm probably going to cut it off at the lab, get ready to move out of here. And then I'll do the numbers at home. But if you guys are actually interested in seeing how that math works, I can certainly show it to you too on Monday when we come back and fuck with this some more. So y'all have any good plans for Thanksgiving? And who of you's dosing your family secretly with coffee? Come on. You know somebody is. I do. It's not going to be me, though. That'd be really interesting, Ray. I think this will be a good time to end the live stream here in the next 20 minutes anyway, since my iPad's going to die soonish. So that'll be good. I'd be really curious. You know, it's just really incredible. Everyone who tries the coffee, I think as long as you go into it not expecting to get ripped and stoned like you would a dab or something like that, I think you come out of it like, what the hell did I just take? You know, I haven't felt like this in a long time. And I think that's one of the coolest things about the coffee. Is it really is, it really makes a difference for people. And that drives me more than anything else. So hopefully I get to do more of that. So that's evaporating away. Just need to add the internal standard, and we're done. Then we'll be done. Yay for that. By the way, if you're still watching and you haven't already heard, we will be doing a Black Friday sale for the coffee. Check that out. That'll be a flash sale on Friday. 25 to 35% off, depending on the SKU. So that'll be a good chance, especially if you're looking to stock up on some of the higher milligram ones. That'd probably be the best bet. Oh, and did you catch, Ray? I don't know if you heard earlier. We're going to be setting it up so that basically, if you go onto subscription, the more you order, you'll get an extra 5 or 10% off after a few orders, which will get you to a point where the discounts should be higher than anything you can get on a code. Except for maybe through like Black Friday deals or whatever, but generally speaking, my goal here is to have the subscriptions be the best discounts you can get, and that way you don't feel like you got a code watch or whatever to try to get a good deal on the coffee. Because my goal, of course, is to make it as accessible and affordable as possible. And one of the ways that helps, or one of the ways that can help me, is through the subscription. So. If you need coffee and you want to save money, give it a try. So did this just finish? I think it did just finish. So here's another really annoying part about this whole process. I'm pretty sure the auto sampler did not grab the last vial, or priming it up to run, so maybe I'm just wrong. That's probably more likely. Almost there on evaporating the solvent out. Once that's done, internal standard with solvent, that's going to be this guy. That guy. That'll replace the 200 microliters we evaporated out of that, and that'll complete our last calibration vial. Throw that in, and then we'll wrap up for today. Yeah, I'm more than happy, Ray. More than happy, Ray. I don't always do a good job of talking up coffee and stuff. And if there's anything you guys are interested about or want to see, in particular with cannabis testing, processing, or whatever, let me know and we'll see what we can do. Maybe we'll set up the live or whatever and go through it or something. While I am not looking forward to having to scrape the chocolate out of the wet grinder, I am very much looking forward to the chocolate in the wet grinder. That'll be good. Oh, that was almost terrible. It's a good thing all the standard evaporated away so it didn't fall out on me. I would have cried. That'd be 2 fuck-ups in one day. Damn. What else to show? I don't know. Almost there. This is the worst part, honestly. Probably another minute on this guy. This is gonna be this is gonna be annoying. We're gonna have to do a lot of math later to get these right. Can't tell. Looks like it's done. Can't quite tell though. Well, it's done. Alright, so that's done. Now what I'm going to quickly do, grab my pipette for 100 microliters. That's this guy. And I'm going to put 200 microliters of solution into there. Cap it. Vortex mix it. And then we're going to run it on the GC. There's 200 microliters. That's that. Need one more cap. It is live now, David. How you doing? All right, so I'm gonna just notate on this. This is 125 reference standard. Congratulations on getting off work, David. Hopefully it's been a productive day. It has been here. So I'm going to go ahead and, we're done, yep. So I'm going to take this out and put that back in the freezer, lest it evaporates on me and I cry some more. Alright, so that's going to run. Put this away. this guy. Sit back down. Okay. So these two in the middle, the left and the right hand side, are the calibration mix we made, and that's why it's so many peaks to it. And then the one in the middle is a flower sample, and what you see there is primarily the internal standard, but also the peak for THC. So what I'm going to do now is in my sequence table, copy, paste, grab. So what I'm doing is adding the reference standard. I'm going to put it in vial slot 15, and then I'll have it run twice, and then that'll be it. So once I have the reference standards run, assuming those injections go well, I'll then be able to take those numbers, put them into the spreadsheet, and then generate some potency results. So let me go grab that. Okay. So now that that's done, I can go back to the computer. Okay. So now that should get going here in a minute, and then after the GC's at its final operating temperature, it'll start to inject those. So yeah, that's when we see that waiting for ready. Whew. Man, talking all day is exhausting. Let me tell you. Now, if you haven't heard already, Highest Ground Coffee will soon be available, all formulations, in decaf and regular. I will say though, the extra strength original Jane, I currently only have decaf. Mostly because I drink it at night. That's how I do it. So we've got a lot of decaf of this. We get some more regular made up next week, and we'll go from there. Let's see, what are we waiting on now? So that should be getting going here in another minute. We'll let that run, make sure that's running all right. And I think if that goes well, what I'm going to do is I'll probably go ahead and turn off the live stream, get what I can to get out of here, and we'll pick up on Monday. You know, probably do this more regularly going forward. I'm going to try to also figure out how to make it more engaging so that y'all can be part of the lab too. So the certified rest tech standard just injected. So I can already tell you that this injection has to be repeated. So if you're looking at the screen, On the far left of the middle column here, the far left is the solvent peak. Now you'll see on the injection that just happened, you'll see how they don't look the same. All right, so the response amount way different, and this is why you have to run injections so many times, just to make sure that all the things line up and you get as accurate as you possibly can be. So 1.2, this is going to be our internal standard. Wow. So if you see the peak that just drew, man, you can barely see it at all. So again, this is why we use the internal standard. It helps us to know that this injection did not inject the same amount of compound as other injections have done. And that's very readily observable by this peak right here being so small relative to this one, or even the other ones that have been running, right? So internal standard, and we see just how small this is. So this injection is effectively worthless. We just wasted our time, effectively. So this one's gonna run, it's gonna take another 6 minutes, 8 minutes, then it'll finish, then the next injection runs. If that one injects correctly, then that'll be the last one for today. Hey Vicky, good to have you. You caught us right near the tail end of our testing. So those are our peaks. Those are the different cannabinoids. Starting at the very left. That's CBDV. This is going to be Delta 9 THCV. This is going to be CBC, I think. And then it goes, I think, CBC, CBL, CBD, Delta 8, Delta 9, CBG, CBN. This is the nice thing about the standards. You can kind of see these peaks are relatively consistent. And we wouldn't actually expect them to be the same because the compounds have different amount of ions, so they won't register as the same amount, despite being the same amount. And that's, again, why we have to do all these freaking calibrations and making sure we have things accurate. I'll turn that off. This guy in. Yeah. I'm gonna take these home tonight. I recommend you do the same. Alright. I am going to see if I can get the chocolate out of this damn thing, and then I'll be right back. Yum. That's some good looking chocolate. Holy crap. Does this come out? Holy shit, it does. That's weird. That's oh man. That's like a bowl of chocolate pudding almost. Don't forget there's 10 grams in here. Which means I should weigh it to know what the hell it is. So we determined there was am I the only one watching you? I'm not sure. I think we're getting a couple people in and out. But we're definitely at the end here. So far as how many people are watching. So put this the grams. Go and go. So with the bowl, there's 1,086 grams THC in this thing. There's 58. Okay, so we dropped it by half. So that's exactly what I was hoping for. So now our approximate potency for this is around 5 milligrams of THC to about every gram of mixture in here. So that'll be good because I'm going to pour this chocolate mixture, this delicious bowl of chocolate. I'm going to pour those into these molds. And we're going to have ourselves a grand old Thanksgiving. At least I am. Hope you guys are too. And don't forget, so on Monday we're going to come back. We're going to finish the calibration stuff, but we're also going to run Phil's goodies that he dropped off. So Phil dropped off 5 samples. It's cannabis processed 4 ways actually. So one sample is going to be the flower that originated it. Then there's going to be some hash, some concentrates, all kinds of goodies that we're going to measure. And we're going to see, like, okay, when you start with flower that's at this level, you might get hash that's this, and so on and so forth. And, you know, part of what Phil is hoping to get out of it is to understand, like, where is it worth putting time and energy into processing? Do I actually get a better concentrate by going through all this process of freezing it and filtering it and all this other kind of stuff? And that's what we can determine. And that's what we're going to do on Monday when we run all that stuff along with the other standards. All right, so this injection's already looking a ton better. So if you can see how this peak right here, how wide it is, it looks like this one over here, more like it anyway, and nothing like this one. So this injection, this one in the middle, all of that gets discarded because it's not going to be useful enough. And that's one of the things about, when you're running a testing lab, sometimes you have to rerun samples, and that sucks because it takes forever. But this last injection is looking really good. 1.2 is about to come up, so we'll see another peak draw. All right, so there's our internal standard peak on that. Just going to compare that to the others. Hey, and look at that. So here's the internal standard here. Here's the internal standard here. This is the one that just ran. While it's hard to see, I'll try to kind of draw that line. It's within range of one another anyway. So that's going to be good enough for us. And then after this, basically, we take a lot of math, and I won't make you watch how we do that. All right, but that's the last injection. That's going to be good. So that's going to give me what I need for tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and kill off the live stream. If you guys have any questions, I'm always here for you. But otherwise, I plan to kick this off. Excuse me. I plan to kick this off on Monday. We'll do some more, and then we'll do the testing on the flower, the concentrates, and maybe I'll even test some of this chocolate. It's a completely different process for testing edibles. It's a lot more involved, but maybe I think we'll do that at some point too. Probably won't be Monday, but definitely next week. So hope to see you guys. I really appreciate all you coming in, leaving comments. Please let everybody know, anybody who might be interested in this kind of stuff. Like, share, all that good shit. But thanks, Ray. Thanks, David. I don't know who else is in here, but I really appreciate you guys hanging out and chatting with me. And I'll see you guys on Monday, but I'm always around, so feel free to message me if you have any questions or anything like that. Hope you guys have a good one, and I'll see you next time.